No.
He's just like in a class of his own.
I didn't play a fucking cat to not be the mascot character. That's bullshit.
Well, it's not for me to decide. Only God can decide who our mascot is. And by God, I mean the viewers. Or the marketing
Get in the
team.
comments.
Get in the comments.
Get in the comments.
It's going to be cackles, though. You know it's going to be cackles.
I love that we managed to prove the non-existence of God with Pokemon Platinum lately. That was really fun.
What did they do?
Did we?
Did they kill God?
Yeah, no, they proved that we do live in a determinist reality. That everything is decided before we've even started.
Oh.
Yeah.
For the record, there are determinist Christians as well.
I know there are determinist Christians, but the way he does it makes it, like, the way he does it also implies that there is a set of, like, amount of things that can lead to the best outcome, which doesn't, like, go well with Christian. This would take a fucking year to explain.
No, we can't have this conversation now because we just went
Yeah,
live
no
and
one
it's
fucking
D&D
cares.
time. But this is a fascinating topic that I can absolutely speak on for hours and hours at a time.
Play D&D.
The intersection of determinism and religion. Anyway, hello. Welcome to...
Hey, viewers, are you a British empiricist or are you a continental rationalist? Also,
I know these words.
Also, is Tex the mascot or is it Cackle? I don't really care about that one, but you can answer that one either.
Do you believe in determinism or are you wrong? We can't know with certainty. But let's be reasonable. Let's be reasonable. We have no reason to believe that things aren't deterministic. Hello, it's Wildfolk. Welcome to Wildfolk. It's episode 48? I believe. Last time we left off, you guys had started traveling east towards the sea, headed through the flying cities of, oh my god, the capital is Octima. No, the nation is Octima. Through the flying islands of Octima until you found one that connected with the mountain range along the western border of Unma. There, you took a little airship down towards a skydock that had been commandeered by brigands. There was a wealthy merchant lord whose name I totally remember, Agaltaru, who was offering to pay you handsomely if you would help him clear out the bandits that had commandeered the skyport so that he could resume trade. You guys descended, basically did a breach through a trapdoor in the roof, and wiped them out. You noticed that they had with them this hulking abomination, this flayed monstrosity that looked vaguely humanoid, but like with weird aberrant growths all over and exposed muscles, and the ability to kind of like morph and twist its body at will. It seemed like a very simple creature. It seemed to just kind of aggressively rush whoever heard it. Very simple-minded. After a fight, you guys were able to put everybody down, with the exception of one bandit who tried to flee, but you guys were able to stop and efficiently tie him up, get him restrained. Everybody else is dead at this point, but you have one prisoner that you have taken, and that is pretty much right where we're going to pick up. You guys have just wound down from the battle. Several of you are still injured. Somebody was like up and down a lot there. I forget who it was. I think it was Branch?
I never went down. I still haven't gone down. I'm never going down. But I did. My health did get very low.
I don't remember. Somebody went down a lot, but everybody is back up now.
No one went down a lot, but I went unconscious.
That might be what I'm thinking of, yeah.
Getting crit
Also,
3
what's
times
up
in a
with
row does...
That's right. That's what I'm thinking of. Either way, things are quiet now. You guys have just finished up combat, and you have a prisoner. What would you like to do?
He's tied up?
Yes, you guys have got him tied up. He seems compliant. The last thing that he said is, please don't kill me, I can tell you everything.
Okay. Then, for the moment, I think Athen is going to take 10 minutes to just kind of... Because he has Ward Medic, he can heal 2 people at once. He can do it to Kaz and Ruko first, if they're amiable.
Yes, please.
Yep.
Then you both heal 26.
Whoa.
Wonderful. Foster, I think... Does Foster have a spammable heal? I can't remember.
Am I still
Just
trained?
Treat wounds.
Let me double check how that works. I think you might be. Let me see.
It looks like I have to get a full night's rest to reduce it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep, that sounds about right.
He's then gonna do the same to Branch himself. That way his wounded condition goes away. I think during the healing of Kaz and Ruko in the 10 minutes, his illusion of the pristine white fur kind of fizzles away, and you just see like that blood-stained skeleton with the bandaged blood all over his teeth.
Yeah. As that
And he-
drops, the bandit definitely kind of looks at you a little strange. He kind of like scuffles back against the wall, his eyes frantically darting around. Whoa, what the fuck is going on?
Ah,
You're working
I'm
with them?
surprised by-
Looking to the rest of you. The dead? Fucking traitors, man.
What tipped it off? Was it the literal skeleton or the other literal skeleton?
Does he look dead?
Two of them. You all dead? Since when were the dead thinking?
They've been thinking for hundreds of years.
Oh yeah, also Texas not here, I forgot. Should probably kill that token, it's confusing. There you go.
Boundary keeps crashing. I mean, same goes to you. What were you working with? And actually, you seem to be working with the dead now, unless you've got anyone else we don't know about here.
What's this, that thing? No, it's not dead. I don't know what it is, but it's not dead. We're just...
Oh no, I was talking about your cohorts, and I just point around the corpses in the room.
Fuck you, man. Come on, some of these were my friends.
Yeah, I know. Must be real tragic. Anyway, do you have any others?
This was everybody that was here with me.
Alright.
It's supposed to be an easy job, man. We're just gonna take it and charge a ransom and walk away a little richer.
Stealing's not as easy as you think, huh?
I mean, I don't do it because it's easy.
We can argue about the morals of it later. So, do you want to tell us what that thing was?
Yeah, sure. I don't... I'll tell you everything I know, man. It's not a lot, but... listen. I'm not. And he points over to the slip knife over here who's slumped against the wall. The guy who kind of was yelling out orders earlier and called him a coward. He hit it big lately. He had a gambling win. And he spent it all on that thing. He said it would help, and it did. We were able to overpower the guards of this place easy. I don't know where he got it. I just know it follows orders and it beats things up and it gives me the fucking creeps.
Can I, well, first I'm just gonna roll this real quick. Or, I'm gonna fucking go investigate the corpse of the leader.
Sure.
To see if, like, he has anything on him. But
Absolutely.
first,
Oh, right. Preemptively, Athens wearing a... what do you call it? A fucking lead helmet.
Branch goes to investigate it, looks at the corpse, and just shudders a little, and is like, yo, someone who's not doing anything, can you look at this guy for me?
Yeah. Just let me finish this up, and then after 10 minutes, you heal.
Oh man, that lead helmet's looking
25.
pretty tasty.
And so,
Oh,
and I heal that.
Don't lick it.
Just a little like.
And more importantly, my
Just
wounded
enough.
condition goes away because
Yeah.
of treat wound.
Perfect. On that quick cutaway to the lead helmet, it's very heavy. It leaves black residue all over the sides of your face, or if you're in your illusion form, probably your fur. If you choose not to have your fur, ignore it.
Yeah.
But it's pretty thick. It's pretty durable. Much heavier than a steel helmet.
Yeah, it's clunky, but he's trying it out to see if it helps him resist.
Certainly, absolutely.
Right.
When you go over to investigate, go ahead and give me a perception check.
He's going to ignore the bite marks he left on the throat and give a perception check. You want it secret?
Sure. I'm always a fan of secret check.
Here you go. They're usually secret anyway.
Yeah. As you look him over, he kind of appears to be your typical run-of-the-mill brigand. He has a little bit of jewelry on him, probably worth something in the ballpark of like 3 silver pieces if you were to sell it. He's got a coin purse with another 14 gold pieces in it. Let's see, what else does he have that's useful? He's got a couple of knives. He does have a little poison on him. Let me see what kind of poison this one.
I put everything of these aside in case any of it is evidence or something we need to prove that we did the job.
Perfect, understood. Very basic stuff, just giant centipede venom. 2 vials of this. Let me drag it over. I think you should be able to drag that into your inventory, but let me know if you can't.
Is he clickable?
In chat.
Oh yeah, let's see. Items. This should appear in consumables, right?
I think so.
Oh, it says purchase.
Oh, weird. I'll grab
When
it.
I drag it.
I'll throw it in the loot box here in just a second.
Yeah.
As you continue to look, though, you don't find anything that is like an identifying feature. You don't find any, like, conspicuous letters or notes or personal journals. He kind of just had what he needed to do the job, a little bit of gold, a lot of which you kind of get the assumption was taken from this place, the collection of everything that had been gathered up, or at least his cut of it. And, a couple of weapons. Just the basics, nothing terribly interesting on him.
Anything horrendously interesting?
Nothing horrendously interesting either.
Asathan looks him over. He's going through the motions. This is something they would do during his campaign. Where, okay, dead soldier, try and grab what you can from them. We're gonna try and survive this on rations. Usually the dead don't have rations. But there were living people on his side too.
Absolutely. And you do find he doesn't have any rations on him right here, but there's some over at the table in, I think, the next room, or where is it? I think it's down south. No, the table out in that main area, the one that's partially broke. They do have, like, some basic supplies, rations. There's, like, a medical kit there, just very basic camping supplies, essentially.
I'm just gonna... I can't put this in my thing because I'm gonna forget, like, which ones are loot and which ones my actual goals. I'm just gonna write them down here. And we'll split them later.
Excellent. I've also dropped a loot chest in there with all the gold that is on all of them combined, and those centipede venom vials.
Do they have any special weapons on them?
They have like pretty standard stiletto-style daggers. One of them has a rapier. None of them have anything that is like magical or enchanted.
Any firearms or ammunition?
Double checking. None of them had firearms or ammunition.
Any playing cards?
Yeah, absolutely. A couple of them had playing cards, and actually give me a perception. Actually, give me an underworld lore check. You find a couple of decks of playing cards, but you find that there is one that is got a couple of very subtle tells on the backs of the few of the cards. It is effectively a cheat deck that has ways for somebody who is in the know and knows what to look for to see what a card is by looking at its back. Marked playing cards, essentially.
Okay. Yeah, I'll keep that.
Oh, right. There were 2 10-minute periods for the treat wounds. That means there's 2 free sips from his flask. So Kaz and Ruko can heal 21
Whoa.
HP.
Sure. Thank you.
Yeah.
Do
Should top you off.
any of you want to go look at that thing? Make sure it's not going to move.
Yeah. I've identified what it was, so I figure... I think it's fine.
You had a very good check last time. The impression you got is that this is essentially a former person suffering the effects of what's called sympathetic supersaturation or something along those lines. Where a
Well, those were the words you used last time.
yeah, I gotta go look and see what words I used last time, but it's the same effect essentially. It's when there is a fuck ton of sympathetic energy.
Supersaturation sounds fancy though.
It does. It rolls right off the tongue. Sympathetic supersaturation. It effectively is what happens to a person when way too much sympathetic energy is poured into them way too fast. It essentially tries to take over their body and form a daemon out of their body.
Sounds terrible.
Yeah, and actually, Rico, I don't remember if you did a check about that last time, but there's a decent chance that you would know about that. Give me Spirit, Weaver lore, or Occultism if you would like your character to possibly know about it.
Oh boy, yes. Alright, let's see. First roll of the day. Loved ones. Alright, let's go check. Sorry, I'm getting my stuff up.
There's that.
Spirit Weaver Law!
Yeah.
Oh, well.
So the reason that you know about this is because it is effectively one of the reasons that the totems are so important. It is tangentially related to those totems. When a daemon or somebody that your spirit weavers are trying to relocate resists, and you have to like transfer them somewhere else, you use those totems, essentially like temporary Pokeballs, to capture them and then replace them somewhere else. The totems are a safe vessel for a tremendous amount of sympathetic energy, like the energy that constitutes a daemon or a spirit. Without the totem, that sympathetic energy would, like, find the nearest thing to form a daemon from. And that could be you, it could be an object, it could just be some new body that it makes on its own. The totem acts almost like a magnet to draw it in and hold it safely so that it doesn't, like, take over the nearest person.
Oh, okay.
Meanwhile, Branch, this cutthroat, looks back up to you. What are you going to do to me, huh?
What do you want to happen?
Look, man, just walking out of here alive would be great. Turn over a new leaf. Assuming I don't die to the dead on the way home.
Yeah, and that's probably why cutting you loose ain't the best idea. Especially if you've got other people that might come back. So I'm sorry, we can't let you go right now.
I mean, if you
You
keep
can
me alive,
stay
I
and
can
face
help fight.
justice.
He rolls his eye. Well, he doesn't roll his eyes. He sighs and does kind of a downcast glare, like he knows that's
the
not going to go
mercenary's
well for him.
justice. Yeah.
Right. Man, I don't have that much money. Justice is not going to go well for me.
That's why. How about an alternative solution? You're pretty young, right?
He looks like he's probably in his mid-20s, maybe early 20s or so. I mean, I'm just young and stupid, right? Bad decisions. All my friends were doing it.
Yeah, look what happened to them. Anyway, people who hired us for this job, they might need an extra fucking hand on their ship. I don't know. Seems like a decent punishment to me. You fucked over their business. Maybe help them recuperate their losses.
Sure, yeah, great. I can learn to sail. I'm good with my hands. I'm sure I can learn to tie ropes or whatever it is you do on an airship.
You afraid of heights?
No, I can make it work.
All right. Sounds well. Is there anything else you need us? We should know about your crew. Any other people you were traveling with?
This was everybody. He looks around. It was all of us and that thing, and he looks back over to the weird body.
Yeah.
The thing is new. I don't know much about it.
Any of you know what this fucking thing is? It's weird as shit.
Not the
Well,
I hate it.
now that we have time, Athen can explain what it was.
Yeah. If you just do that, I guess.
Yeah, he just repeats what he find out.
Quick recap. It used to be a person. Somebody poured a fuck ton of sympathetic energy into it. It tried to form a daemon inside him.
Christ.
He's a Mentos and a Diet Coke, and nobody's opening the cap.
Kind of, yeah.
Huh. Weird how you chastised us for working with the undead when you had that thing on your side.
I wasn't really thrilled about that thing either until I saw it fight.
I don't suppose it was consensual.
He told us he was going to buy someone to help. We thought he was bringing in like some fresh talent. Didn't think he was doing magic voodoo nonsense, but I mean, it worked. It followed orders. It hit things real hard if we told it to. I wasn't really in a position to complain, you know? At least it wasn't bones.
That's it? That's the drawing line for you?
Listen, man, you'll make it to my ripe young age without losing somebody to the desert. You'll have to excuse me if I have a couple of suspicions about you and your kind, looking not at you, Branch, but to Ethan and to Foster behind him.
Well,
A few bones to pick, man.
perhaps you can tell me the state of the desert then.
It's hot. It sucks. It's full of undead at night and sometimes during the day, too. Feels like the undead have been more violent lately. Feels like there's more of them.
Any new variations of the undead?
Yeah, there's these skeletons who walk around talking and holding conversations and working with foreign adventurers.
The Risen had been around for centuries.
I
I'm
get
talking about undead.
I don't know, man. I try to avoid it if I can. I just look out over the walls and I see the guards popping shots off at skeletons and zombies, and every now and then, you know, these weird flying things, the usual stuff. Maybe a little worse. More of them, but nothing new, nothing that I know.
Not the best source of information we could have gotten here, huh?
No, but it was a local, so I figured, why not ask?
You want to learn more about the occult? Talk to the town guard or an occultist or somebody. I
I want to know someone, what someone knew on outside of the walls.
keep your head down.
I don't.
Run away from anything that approaches you, unless you think it's got gold you can take. That's the nice thing about the undead. They put up a fight, they're hard as hell to kill, but they usually don't run fast. Except for these weird skeletons sometimes. Those fuckers can move, but, you know, you bap them on the head just right, they fall apart.
Well, wasn't the undead who killed everyone in this place? He gestures at the rest of the barracks.
Yeah, he
And
looks
the
real
warehouse.
guilty.
Yeah. So you'll forgive us if the whatever justice you face isn't up to us. It's up to our employers.
Right. I'll count my blessings while I still can.
Want to say your goodbyes? Anything you want to root around for that they had that you'd want to keep? We'll grant you that mercy.
Any rights?
Does he... Sorry, I want to make sure that I understand out of character. Are you implying that you're about to kill him, or that you're going to take him with you?
We're letting him look through his friend's stuff in case there's like shit that he wants to take, like dog tags for mercenaries or anything like that.
I gotcha.
Yeah.
The last rights comment made it sound like you guys were about to execute him. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, any
I was
rights
like,
for
"Oh,
your
yeah."
friends.
I see. I understand. Fuck, man. If I take the jewelry, you're not going to let me keep it, right?
Who knows? Again, not up to us.
I could use every penny I can to buy a good defense.
Honestly, I think if we get this guy enough stuff to set him off on his way, he'll be less likely to go back to this job, you know?
I don't think that's how it's going to work, Ruko.
No, he's right.
Well,
New leaf.
Gives him a chance.
I've seen the
Gives
light.
him a chance, at least.
Ugh. Can I do a fucking roll my eyes wisdom check?
Yeah, absolutely.
With perception, yeah.
Perception,
Sorry, I
yeah, is
forgot.
kind of like the insight equivalent.
Yeah.
You've been down this road so many times. This dude is saying anything he can to walk out of here in one piece, preferably not in chains. There's no reason for you to believe he's just going to give up on this. He's not going to find gainful employment. He's poor. He doesn't have a way out of here. Like, he's in a tough spot. And with your 23, from his body language, you don't get a lot of, like, sincerity. You don't think he's really at a come to Jesus moment. He has the soul and posture of somebody who's been, like, beaten and is now frustrated that he's going to have to kind of work his way back up from the bottom again. He thought he had a good thing going on, and then it went tits up.
Yeah. Sorry, Ruku, that ain't how this fucking works. Of course, the moment he gets the chance, has the info of fucking 5 spry adventurers coming through here and ruining his his little brigand game here. He's probably gonna sell that information to someone who needs it. And then where would that put us? Yeah. Well, just give him the fucking... I forgot the tree guy's name.
Tree guy?
I call Taru. He's waiting out on the airship on the dock.
We'll give him the
Okay.
We'll give him the fucking Culturoo for now. And he can decide what to do with them. It's not our business.
Right. Do you want to go... I guess while we're here, we might as well assess the damage. How many dead?
Yeah. If you want to take, are you like sweeping the whole little settlement up here, or just kind of this building? Or there's probably a good couple dozen buildings all set up at this plateau.
I'm suggesting, in case like there's still survivors, and he can say like, "Hey, you can come out now. The bandits are gone."
Perfect. Yeah, go ahead and give me a perception check as you kind of take a look around, see if there's any survivors, assess the damage.
Yeah. He does put his glamour back on, look like himself again.
Can I help with that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You want it blind, secret?
Yes, absolutely.
Here. Just add whatever branches.
Just another perception check.
Yep.
Awesome.
Yeah. 8 is a DC 15.
Nice.
That's almost a crit.
That is almost a crit. Alright, the two of you kind of look around for a little while. It's going to be maybe a good half hour to quickly go through all the buildings, and then if you want to be thorough and check hiding places, another hour at the end of that. So you
But also life sense within 30 feet.
Oh, that helps a ton. Right, yes, thank you for the reminder. That is great. Wonderful.
I hate this part of the job, Athen. Ace.
This part?
Yeah. No. Fucking assessing the damages,
Yeah.
You do it a lot as a soldier?
More than I'd like to remember, but I'd say it gets easier. It doesn't really, you just care less. I try not to care less. If there's someone alive, we have to save them. If someone's dead, we have to bury them and prevent them from rising.
Ugh. That part sounds fucking awful.
Yeah, at least in these parts. It makes it worse, I'm sure.
We didn't have to deal with that in Famine War, but...
It still sucked there.
Yeah, you just come across the fucking corpse of a homeless vagrant one day who probably starved to death, and... Lord knows he probably didn't deserve it.
I never do.
As you guys sweep through these buildings over the course of the next hour and a half or so, you don't find any signs of life. You certainly find that there are a few corpses, most of which are guard. You see that there's 3 or 4 dead bodies of people that were wearing kind of the typical Uni fashion style helmets with the masks, these long curved scimitars. Some of them put up a good fight. Most of them ultimately died through some sort of crushing or smashing. The impression you get pretty quickly is that that big thing did most of the work. You do see signs that people fled, that people escaped. There were probably a good couple of hundred people who were up here initially, most of which were merchants, civilians, people who were kind of just doing trade here. It's a trade hub more than anything else. And it's so elevated that it doesn't need a ton of protection from the undead, like it would if it was down near the sands. But they still had a token guard force, which was wiped out pretty quickly. You do find that there are a couple of dead civilians. All of these people have been, stripped clean of any valuables. All of the money here has been gathered up. You can see all of these buildings have been tossed. Anything valuable has been taken. You do find at one point that there is a stash of where the valuables had been put. Essentially a bunch of, golden ornamentation and jewelry. This big pile of loot that is altogether worth about 220 gold pieces.
Right. There's because there are drugs here and stuff that Kaz said he'd take care of.
True.
So, searching for those in advance.
Yeah,
Helps.
With Branch's high roll
Kaz, I think,
and
did that, right?
Kaz's foreknowledge that there are also illicit substances here. You do find that one of these buildings is essentially a quiet and sort of sleazy little brothel. And there is a selection of alcohol and spirits and other illicit substances. You do see that it has kind of like a floral motif and a desert rose for its logo on the sign over the door. You get the impression this is Ekhalter's shop. Are you willing to loot that shop? Do you loot that shop? More than it has already been looted, I should say.
I'm not looking to loot. I'm looking for the listed substances that he once kind of gone. The thing that Kaz said he would do. I can't remember what deal it was. I think it was Branch and Kaz who mentioned like, "Oh, hey, we'll make some stuff disappear so it'll look better in your accounts when you get insurance."
I see. I understand. Okay, right. Okay, perfect. Then yes.
Not looking to loot.
Right.
But like if it can be accounted to like, oh, this was also taken by the bandits and it'll help their case.
Right.
Yeah.
Effectively kind of insurance fraud, except it really did happen. You're just choosing not to report it as found. Okay, wonderful. You're absolutely able to do that.
And be a shame if all this went to waste, huh? As he pockets some of it.
Just nods.
Excellent. Yeah, you're able to find all of that for sure. I'm going to go ahead and make another loot pile with essentially 200 gold worth of treasure that doesn't really belong to anyone at this point. They've either fled or died.
Yeah.
I assume, do you guys want to take that? What are you doing with it?
Well, yeah.
Perfect.
And then we'll split it all.
Excellent.
Useful to anyone right now?
I'm just
You
going
can just add, if it's gold pieces, I suppose you can just add it to the coin.
Yep, I'm just
So we
going to
can
convert
split
it into gold, and we'll assume the next time you guys are in town, you can sell it off.
Are there any safe places for people to flee around here?
Yeah, that's another thing we're looking for is like, hey, survivors.
Yeah, so you found lots of signs that people escaped, and they all seem to escape. Essentially, let me pull us out to the bigger region map. There is a tunnel kind of in the middle of this city. There's like a stairwell, like a subway entrance, effectively, that goes to a very narrow tunnel that winds down in the spiral until you get to ground level, and it seems like a lot of people escaped that way.
Okay.
It does have several like checkpoints along the way that have these wrought iron gate portcullises, most of which have been closed behind them, and you assume that those are there to kind of prevent the undead from wandering up accidentally.
So we're kind of sure that they're like safe when they like fled away, right?
Right, that's the impression, is everybody who wasn't killed fled, and with Hothin's life, since he doesn't pick up any dead living or undead up here that you guys are not aware of.
Sure.
Also, let's see, there's like an auto split thing here, isn't there?
I think there is.
Distribute coins, there it is.
Yeah, you may have to remove like the observer from the
Yes.
list.
The stream does not get any, and Foster does get some. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Excellent, there we go.
Nice. Does that include the gold pieces in the loot box?
Let's see.
No, it's still
It
there.
does not. Let me distribute those. Add Foster, take off stream. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
There's 3 gold pieces and 4 copper pieces. We can give those back to him to see if he can make a case. Okay, there's your cut.
Alright.
We'll give it to Cackles for his drug money. Kaz, would you like the giant centipede venom because you're the alchemist?
Sure.
There's 2 of them here. I don't super know what to do with them. They're not very strong.
Anyone want to get in contact with the fucking airship?
Sure. We can go back to the roof. If anyone can just fire a cantrip up in the air. Oh, there you go. He activates his wayfinder.
Perfect. Yeah, you go up to the roof and you activate that, and you see that the airship, kind of doing these wide circles, starts to drift down closer. And after a few minutes, it comes to a stop. and docks out at the back along the sky dock.
I'll also while we're fucking dragging this guy towards the airship, I'll notice he's like fucking haggling it on the brink of death, and we'll fucking snap and get fucking Ace's attention and be like, that your fucking magic flask got any charges?
Has 10 minutes passed? Back?
Yes, absolutely. You guys were searching for like an hour and a half.
Oh, yeah, it's got another one in it.
Give him like 1 or 2.
If he accepts it, 21 HP.
He does. He looks a little like suspicious, but he also watched you do this to a couple of your own party members, and they were magically healed by it. So he looks like, all right, fine, yeah.
Haha, you're on bed now.
Got him!
Fucking got him. Yeah, you guys hear the bell of the airship as it makes port right out back. And you kind of hear footsteps, or well, not footsteps, but the shouting of crew. And then if any of you watch, you see a Coulter who starts to step out onto the dock. And he kind of waits a little nervously. You see he's got a little dagger drawn. He's kind of in a cautious, ready stance.
We got the guy bound and stuff.
Oh yeah, you've got him tied up really good.
No, I'm approached. The job is done.
Do you bring the guy with you?
Yeah.
This is all that remains. The guards are dead. There are some dead civilians, but it seems like everyone else fled this warehouse and moved lower.
Wonderful, wonderful. And this is one of the bandits?
Yeah. Keep him as a souvenir or deliver it into the next fucking Edgeside station, whatever you think is best.
You don't want him? You've finished with him?
What the fuck are we gonna do with some fucking bandit?
We've gotten what information we need. And, well, seeing as you were the one slighted, you decide what happens.
Wonderful. Good enough for me. He kind of walks over to this and starts to look around him, and he asks, like, so, what led you to this life? And it's like, man, I was just doing it because all my friends were doing it. You know how it is. I gotta eat to live. Do you have any special talents? Anything that could be useful to me? Sure, I could work the ship. I'm good with my hands. Anything, man. I'll do anything. Turning of a new leaf, right? Sorry, no pun intended. No, none taken. It's quite fine. Tell me, did you slaughter everyone? Is anybody alive? We killed who we had to. A lot of them ran. I see. Well, I think I know just what to do with you. And with a shove, he simply pushes the cut-through off the dock. And you watch as he tumbles, screaming down towards the ground. He brushes his hand off on his shirt, looks to you. Thank you all again. Allow me to go get your payment.
Jesus Christ.
Just looks over the edge. Yeah, that's gonna have trouble coming back as undead.
No fucking emotion or anything on his face, huh?
The tree man?
Yeah.
Well, a lot of his employees were killed.
I guess. Yeah. That makes sense.
Little angry.
He eventually walks back with a very large and very expensive leather-looking pouch. He hands whichever one of you seems to be more in charge. I guess that's probably Athen. I'm not 100% sure. A grand total of 225 gold pieces. You've all been tremendously helpful to me. I can't thank you enough. Please, if you ever are in the region again, come by when my shop is in working order, and I'll make sure that you're taken care of.
What do you sell?
Oh, pleasure. All of them.
Yeah,
any price you can imagine.
Right.
These, right? And he pulls out the fucking illicit substances.
Sure, those two, if you would like, but not everybody is so deep into the sauce. We have lighter pleasures, smoke, drink, men, women.
Just making sure that
The typical
these
things.
aren't uncovered when fucking insurance comes through here, right?
Oh, I wouldn't worry about that. Most of them are returning customers.
Oh, gotcha. So you're pretty
haven't
popular.
Spent a lot of time in Unma, have you?
He's the only native here from fucking Famador.
Yeah, this is normal.
This stuff is peddled on the streets over there.
Well, there is no tongue shinier than gold in these sands, so mind your tongue.
Just like winks and puts the stuff back into his pockets that he got. Little compensatory.
It was a pleasure doing business, I suppose. Could we be of any more assistance? Perhaps finding the civilians.
Well, if they ran off into the desert, I'm sure that most of them are probably dead, which is a shame. I had friends in this little city. But I will work with my crew to scout the desert, see if we can find any nearby. If you happen to find any and are able to report them back safely, I suppose I would offer 5 gold a head.
Actually, where are you charting to from here?
Well, this place is a proper dump. I'm going to have to go get some provisions, see if I can find some people to work this settlement again, find some new staff. It's really going to be quite a pain. I imagine I'll leave it abandoned for some time, make sure the gates are closed while I fetch new supplies and see if anybody's interested in rebuilding. If not, I may just have to scrap it. Shame though, it was very profitable.
If you're making a stop at Unya, then we can hitch a ride there too. At all possible.
Possibly. I do need to head back west first. I have a delivery that I still need to make.
Yeah.
But if you're willing to wait here for about a week and a half, when I return, I'd be more than happy to give you a lift.
Nah. Thanks for the offer, though.
Certain. And he heads in and essentially starts to, assess the damage. Mostly he kind of, walks through the guardhouse. He doesn't care a ton. But he heads over to his shop and checks that out first.
Give him a list of some of the damages I've noted already.
Perfect. Wonderful. That helps a lot.
And, descriptions of the dead bodies, at least.
And that leaves all of you guys. What do you do?
I'm curious about your business, actually.
Yes, of course. What can I do?
Do you offer, different prices depending on the time of day, like a morning wood special or something?
Oh, well, not anything quite exactly like that, no. Typically we give out a first drink for free at midday if you order a meal, just as a pleasantry. But once the sun sets, it is business as usual. Good goods don't come cheap.
Can we come back sometime? Do you have a kids menu?
Jesus Christ. No, I don't really cater to that sort of clientele. Some of my competitors do, but I find the whole thing unsavory. I have some standards.
Do you have chicken nuggets?
I do, actually.
Can I have some?
You know what? Yeah, can we diplomacy check from Cackles?
We know this man has pocket nuggies.
He's a tree dude.
They're vegetarian, though.
Their plants are carnivorous.
Yeah, he says, well, let me go make sure the hens are still alive, and if they are, then I'll get us some chicken nuggies right away. And he goes back, and you do hear that there's kind of the clucking of a few chickens in a coop.
Oh no.
You're gonna make this man...
Slaughter a chicken just to make me chicken nuggies.
He's got a lot of chickens, and, I'm hungry too, actually.
He's gonna grind up that meat to make nuggies.
Yeah,
Just make tendies.
It's probably nuggies, not in the sense that we're used to, where it's literally just chicken paste squeezed into
It's
a
chicken
fun
strips.
pattern. It's like chicken bites, yeah, it's strips. Cut the bites.
Or like a pounded out breast, so it's more like a chicken schnitzel.
Right. Either way, he will absolutely get some food going for all of you. And by he will get some food going for all of you, what I mean is he brings a chicken back to the ship and tells his cook to make some.
Actually, if we all go with him to his shop, can we rummage through his fucking illegal supply with him there and just ask him things about shit we haven't seen before?
Oh, certainly.
It's very interesting.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm just curious about.
Yes. So that one will make everything purple for a week. Yourself and everything that you see around you. It does feel phenomenal, though. You really can't beat it if you're willing to, indulge that for an entire week. That one will help you to relive your fondest memory over and over for about 3 hours. Just make sure that you're certain what that memory is before you do it. This one just makes sex really good. This one will get you drunk instantly. The appeal is that it's incredibly cheap. None of the flavor, none of the pleasure. You just become drunk quite instantly.
That's what most people want out of it, I think.
I feel like it takes the fun out of it.
I agree. It's the journey that is important, not the destination.
Can I get a couple vials of that sex one, though?
Sure. He will actually... Oh, yes, it's a shame. These were not recovered. They must have been stolen. I'll have to file a report with claims, and he just hands you a couple of them.
Oh, here's
Stuff in the sex window?
Here's the fucking I-9 right here. It just rips out a fucking damages thing from his agitate ledger and gives it to him. Want to fill that out right now?
I'm afraid that my protections were not with the Church of Edis. I prefer, friendlier cohorts.
We've encountered the first instance of you have no power here.
There is certainly some law here, but it is not the traditional Edgicite law that you might find in other places. At least not out in these tiny little settlements. There are definitely temples to Edis in Unyo proper. But even they are kind of just they're the legal system for the poor people. The rich have their own legal system.
Yeah, this is public police and all that.
Right.
I'm just trying to smoothly ask, what are you willing to just give us right now?
Well, all of you have weapons and swords and have handily proven that you can beat the things that beat my men. So, if you're holding me at knife point, anything you want. But if we are to maintain this friendliness that we've shared so far and possibly have future jobs, then I could part with about, maybe 150 gold worth of my stash. Take your pick.
Okay.
To be clear, my stash is illicit substances. I would prefer you didn't take it straight from my coffers. Gold is going to be very valuable. I need liquid assets to rebuild what's been done here.
Of course.
And how about your liquid assets? And I point at the bar.
Oh, yes, help yourself. Just maybe those 3 on the top. Avoid smashing or drinking all of them. They have some sentimental value.
Oh,
but there is no time like the present to enjoy some of that.
I am
You
curious.
did just get your establishment back. Celebration is in order.
Are the bottles on the top shelf something I recognize?
Almost certainly. Do you have cooking or crafting or alcohol or anything?
What's your only name?
It's very good at crafting, isn't it?
I'm a master crafter.
Hell yeah, dude. Give me crafting. That covers it for sure.
Smoothly.
Nice.
They are incredibly valuable top shelf spiced tequilas.
Ooh. I already have them open.
One of them is open, the other 2 are sealed.
Could I try just a sip of that one?
Oh yes, just a sip. It'll knock you off your feet.
What is this taquela?
That's
Uh,
tequila.
it's so appropriate
Sorry,
that Ruko would never
exactly,
have heard
yeah.
of tequila.
It's made of agave and magic, and sometimes there's a worm in it.
Why is there a worm in it?
And the worm likes to have a little fun too.
All right.
Jesus Christ. You've been holding on to that one for a while.
No, I have not. I was totally off the cuff.
Amazing.
I was just like,
Well-
what is a funny answer for why there's a worm in tequila? I honestly don't even know the real reason.
I don't know the real reason either. I thought you were about to grace us with a bunch of useful
Yeah,
intelligence.
I thought I was gonna finally learn why there's a worm in tequila.
Yeah.
Nope. Cass probably knows why there's a worm in tequila.
Probably.
But
There's a worm in tequila?
It looks so good. Why worm tequila? Google.
Huh.
Oh, okay.
It's just a marketing thing, apparently, but it's also for mezcal, not for tequila.
Right.
ah,
Apparently there's moth larvae.
it's the larva of the moth that feeds on the agave plant, which is
Right.
what tequila and mezcal are made from. That's kind of neat.
Yeah,
fuck
apparently
you-
found a batch that had a bunch in there and was like, oh boy, this could ruin the batch, but what if I said it makes it taste better? And then it became a marketing thing.
And then some people eat the worm. It's disgusting.
Yeah, it's gross.
Not even a worm friendly. It's like moth larvae.
Yeah, it's like a caterpillar thing.
Yeah.
Ugh, God, I just looked at pictures. Why did I do this?
Is there a worm in this bottle?
It's just a bee moth. No, of course I have class.
Okay. Well, I guess we're just gonna take, well, like one or two of each of the fucking illicit substances that he's willing to give us. I don't know how much the value is, but yeah.
Yeah.
You do see that, like, just one shelf below that, there's a bunch of bottles with scorpions in them.
Ugh.
Oh, that's the hard stuff.
But yeah,
While that's going on, Mathen's just counting out the money to distribute to everyone from the pouch.
How good is this tequila?
it is quite good. It is very sharp, but it's also got like a very nice kind of free overtone to it. It's very floral. So you get a little bit of the low kick to the gut, but then you also get a high note that rides out through the whole thing. Also, it doesn't make you sick as fast as tequila normally does.
That sounds great.
Yeah, right?
I don't drink tequila ever anyway. But
Same. Not my thing. But it has a
Unless
little bit
it's a
more of like
margarita.
the tangy cactus bit to it, and less of the, oh god, I'm going to throw up and this is salty and weird kick.
Let's just like pure burning.
Right. Either way, though, 225 split 5 ways is a number that I should know off the top of my head. 45? Is that right? Hang on.
I don't know. Don't ask me. I'm
Killing
not
it.
the math guy.
Each of you guys can add another
Nice.
45 gold to your personal inventories. I will do Foster's.
Mhm.
This is the payment from
Oh.
him for helping retake this place.
Sweet.
Oh boy. Gaining gold reminds me that I
Oh.
probably forgot the last 3 times I gained gold.
It's okay. They were automatically split the one earlier.
Yeah, everything else done today was done automatically.
Okay, good.
This one you just
I
have
was
to
not
add
paying
manually.
attention.
Oh my god, Foster's loaded.
I don't think he buys anything.
I think he was working on a staff and just hasn't finished it yet.
Oh.
Yeah, I've never bought anything. I don't know what whatever.
Fair.
We'll figure it out.
Yeah, staff is probably a good call for you too, but we can sort that out between sessions.
I keep buying gadgets.
Yeah.
Oh, keep giving all my money away.
Athen would recommend a pearly white spindle and a wayfinder.
De negocio
They-
si placer.
He just pulls out like this compass-like device. It always shows you which way is north. That's what the wayfinder does, and it casts light. That's fine, but it holds a Aeon stone, and he pulls one out. This thing, as long as you're attuned to it or invested in it, it helps you recover faster. Mechanically, you recover 1 HP every minute. So that 20 minutes he spent healing everyone, he healed 20 on himself.
Whoa.
Also very useful for if you like go unconscious alone or whatever.
Yeah, if you're unconscious and stable and no one can heal you,
Right.
and you're just in the car, you kind of wake up after a minute.
Nice. Do we get this gold automatic? Or are we adding it?
You'll have to add the 45 yourself. Everything else has been
Okay.
automatic. But go ahead and add 45 for yourselvesies. After a while, he does kind of... he studies this place and gets a report of the damages, but he's not going to spend the night here. He makes his way back to the ship, and he does tell all of you, I don't know what your plans are for the evening, but you're very welcome to stay aboard the ship if you would like. I'm not going to make you sleep in this dump. We'll be setting sail again back west in the morning, so I'll have to kick you off then. Unless you'd like a ride back west to Octima.
We're fine. Sleeping for the night here, right? In the airship. In the airship, I mean.
Yeah, I think airship's fine with me.
Wonderful. I'll make sure to get a couple of hammocks set up for all of you. I'm afraid it's not nearly as luxurious as my normal accommodations, but there may be room for one of you in the captain's quarters if you'd like. And he kind of just, like, throws an open invitation to all of you.
What's he look like?
He is a plant man. He is a Goron. He is entirely made of these, like, dark greenish leaves. Let me pull up his token so I can get it better.
Why did you do this to me? No.
I didn't even consider that this could be you, Bait, but I guess it kind of is.
It's not me, Bait. It's me.
No.
I don't. Mm-mm.
I am the only other captain on board.
You're a captain.
Couldn't you tell by the coat?
Oh, I don't mean to presume. I thought perhaps you were just very fashionable and well dressed.
Both can be true. Unfortunately, my ship does not fly.
Ah, well, that really is a treasure. It's very expensive, but once you are able to taste it, you'll never want to go back.
I think
Nothing wrong with the sea, of course. You did very well earlier. I was impressed.
A natural ripster. How do I make sailing sound dirty?
Dirty sailing puns are the easiest thing. I feel like there's a bajillion of them.
He knows
Turns
how
out
to work
I've
the
got
mast.
good land legs, sea legs, and they're good when they're up in the air, too.
There's lots of low-hanging fruit, swapping the poop deck.
But no, I'll let Ruko sleep with the plant guy.
No!
Don't bully him as a virgin.
No, I'm not.
Certainly he is. He's got to be right.
No,
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 not.
of course not.
That's a tale for later.
Wonderful. He heads back to the ship. Does anybody join him, or do you guys just take hammock?
Fuck it, I'm gonna
Shoot your shot.
I'm gonna the fucking vial that he says makes sex amazing. I'm just gonna like
What are you gonna do with
I'm gonna flash that at him and like it's just because I want to try this out.
Oh, perfect. I'd be happy to help you with a demonstration. You'll enjoy it, I promise.
All right, sure, knock me out.
I just want to have a casual hangout in the little cabin with the hammocks, and then we both take sex potions, and we all just kind of chat about it.
Rich overdoses and just
what's your boner like?
Jesus Christ.
No.
You got wood?
Oh God.
We will fast forward through all of that. However, Branch, you do find that it is, unless you do anything to like deliberately sabotage or resist it, it truly is incredible. It's mind-blowing. Well worth the money. And he immediately is like, if you ever want to find more, you know where to find it. Prices are pretty reasonable.
Like a leaf blower through fresh cut grass.
Yeah. Do you have water?
I gave him a sip of the flask.
True, you wake up feeling so dehydrated. But yes, he has plenty of water aboard for everybody and is able to... yeah, you do actually see that he's got like a little bit of an enchanted crate.
Or decanter.
Well, when he opens up this crate, you see that there's this like cold fog that rolls out from it, and inside it is essentially a chilled box. And inside that chilled box, there are several of these like 2-inch cube ice cubes, and he just grabs a few of them and puts them into glasses, sets them out on the railing of the ship, and under the hot desert sun of the morning, they begin to melt almost immediately. And essentially all of the crew comes out and they kind of just sip on this ice water as it melts. And several of them also do have water skins, and he offers you one of those as well if you just need a big gulp right away. But they treat the ice cold water as a bit of a like luxury as they're traveling.
That's some high quality H2O.
True.
Gracias, Papa. I say, Papa. I say.
I mean, father.
Father.
Father. Yeah, he comes out. His fucking legs are weak, I guess.
You seem to have a good evening.
Oh, you're telling me. Fucking plants, man.
So, is this,
Fucking
like,
plants, man.
Actually,
is this like what happens when you swallow a watermelon seed? Are you gonna have a tree growing out of your belly now?
He's been seeded.
doomed.
His days are numbered.
You should talk to Foster. He's probably got some good advice on raising that kind of a child.
Why do I travel with you people?
It's little sky banter for the road.
Scanter, as we call it.
Scanter.
Answer.
Speaking of
I hate
which, a little bit after breakfast, he does say, I do need to be off. I'm afraid that I still have plenty of dealings left to do before I can return here and start rebuilding it properly. If you head down, make sure to close the gates behind you. Actually, if you'd like, rather than making you go through that dank old tunnel, I can just drop you off at the desert if you'd like. It's a short diversion.
We could, or... Oh, what's happening to Kest? Wait, Kest getting hurt.
It
He
won't
took
let me-
damage.
It won't let me heal up to max for some reason.
You're,
Oh,
are
it's
you
because
not
you're
trained
trained?
anymore?
No, I got rid of it. But now every time I like try to type it up to 90, it keeps going down. My max HP is 92 and it won't go above like 80.
Cursed. Let me see. Yeah, I see it going up
Ah!
one at a time. Yeah.
There you go.
Wait, if I do that, it worked. But like if I just typed a number, it was like, no, you're at 80. Nope, you're at 79. Nope, keep going, fucker.
Why did
Amazing.
you just add plus 20?
I
Odd.
was just trying to type it into the character sheet itself and didn't.
You're eating a
apparently.
poisoned orange in Oblivion right now.
Mm. What was that? Must have been the wind.
And then someone comes over and he says, "Who did this?" And then they sit down on the bench, colliding with my
And
corpse,
eat an apple.
and eat another apple. Yeah.
I love Oblivion.
Oblivion NPCs are wild. I think I prefer to take the road. If we encounter any survivors, they'll be safer traveling with us, I suppose.
Very well, that makes plenty of sense. Then, just to make sure that you remember to close the gate behind you and to thank you
If
again
that's-
for your cooperation, why don't you each take
Well-
this? And he hands each of you another gold piece.
Oh, thank
Does he give one to Cackles too?
Sure, why not?
Oh, how much does
But
Cackles
if you
have?
keep
There's
using
like,
Cackles for extra loot, there's going to be a problem.
how can you look at him?
As long as Cackles holds
do you
on
want-
to it and uses it for stupid shit, it's fine.
Do you want Cackles to give him another diplomacy check?
No, it's fine. He already
Also,
succeeded.
yeah, I wasn't even keeping track of how much he got earlier from just like the
It
change.
was, I think it was like 2 gold, 3 copper or something.
Yeah, but
Something
you
like
know, as soon as we get back to town and we're at a market, Cackles is just gonna like spend it all on fucking
that.
food.
True.
Kaz is totally gonna let him.
Of course.
Does he wink at me when he hands me the gold piece?
He is amiable. I don't think you get the... Give me a perception check, actually.
This was the loot in the box remaining for
Gotcha,
Cackles.
thank you. Does
Uh,
he have an inventory?
I
Probably
don't
not,
know.
I don't know. An NPC sheet, monster sheet.
It's like specifically a
doesn't.
companion sheet. I don't think it has like an inventory slot.
It's a familiar sheet. I don't think he has the inventory at all.
I
It's
think
fine.
you'd have to like make an item in your consumables or something, and just make the description Cackles purse.
Yeah, something like that. Either way, he is very friendly towards you. The impression that you get is it was kind of just a professional demonstration, but professional for him is very amiable. So like it's business, but business for him is pleasure. He enjoyed it.
Gotcha. All right. Moving on.
It was a pleasure doing business with you, Akaltaru.
Certainly, I hope if we meet again, it's on better circumstances. And he begins to board the ship. Waves you all
You
in.
get back on your feet real soon.
Very soon.
Go to the gate.
Things move fast here. I'm sure it'll be a year from now. I'll look back on this and laugh. Besides, I've been meaning to redecorate anyway.
Right, that thing's corpses in that place.
Yes, what is that thing, by the way?
Oh, Bill. It's what happens when people overload someone with sympathetic magic
The bandits were mages.
energy. One of them was that I could notice.
From
Oh.
the sounds of it, they bought that thing though. They didn't create it themselves.
Bought it. Who would sell monstrosities like that?
You
That's,
don't know
Whoever-
anybody in that kind of black market, do you?
I'm afraid that I don't. My circles are mostly related to pleasant things. That does not look pleasant.
No,
Not so-
I'd love to find out though.
Well, I hope you're able to get to the bottom of it, because I don't want to be attacked by another one.
I'd recommend staying out of its way.
I'll do my best. And with that, he heads onto the ship, and they fly off and begin to drift
Cackles,
away.
why are you injured? Cackles, stop being injured.
We heading on our way then?
Yeah, to the gate. Shut it behind us.
Alright, you guys begin this long trip down the winding subterranean tunnel towards the flat desert.
While we're walking, can I just like quick group meeting, actually.
All right. We are on the road.
Yeah, I think a week or so is long enough for me to travel with you guys and know that none of you are hidden psychopaths, I'm guessing.
Really?
Yeah, why not? And I've just been wondering, well, first off, Ace and Foster, I guess, but he's been pretty silent lately. What's the contingency if, you know, things go tits up with the way that, with, undead possession or whatever the hell it is? With you two?
Well, try and knock them out.
Is that it?
That's the only way we know, unless you can hold them down until they break free of the control. It's not a permanent thing. We can just hope that the will is stronger.
The will? The will?
Yeah, the will. Just
So-
taps the side of his head. Though I'm using a lead helmet and hoping it helps.
Oh, that's gonna help you, right?
I'm not sure. I'm just hoping it does. It's more like a test.
I hear that lead's unhealthy for you anyway. Like
It was. Not much of an effect on the skeleton.
But what if you start believing that it is like you know, like all that other sympathy shit that you've been talking about?
It might.
So should I stop suggesting that it might be bad for you?
Yeah, I've been trying to tell myself that I no longer have flesh, an immune system, or any of these things. I hear that's one way poison can still affect the undead is if they believe it does. And as they did in life, sympathetic magic can be a double-edged sword.
All right.
I'm not sure how much it is for me.
I mean, Ruko's been licking lead his entire life, and he's fine.
No! I only licked it because it was novel.
What about? Do you want to lick this mask? You've been eyeing it this entire time.
Because it looks cool.
Really?
I'm not sure if it's lead.
It's lead.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Speaking of actually,
Heavy.
that's another thing. Ruko. So, the fuck do you want to do when we get to the place your trader is hanging out at?
Intrigue.
That's about it.
Well,
A good
I've
story?
never been to the lighthouse before, so explore, chat, and I don't know. I'll figure it out when we get there, I suppose.
You don't want revenge or doing it as some like holy conquest, that type thing.
Well, I will feel pretty satisfied just knowing that, you know, they're the person who always pissed me off in the past. But it's not like a revenge thing, it's just like a, you got what's coming to you. Kind of. I knew this would happen.
This ain't like an ex or anything that you had fallen out with, right?
No. An annoying classmate. The suck up.
Oh. Yeah, fuck those people. Okay. And we still get on the plan cast? He's dead.
Sorry, which one?
You still want to take those prisoners to Lateon?
I feel like it's a good bargaining chip, or at least a way to get our foot in the door.
Still don't know how we're going to...
Really
Trans-
want to actually have to give them up, but you know.
I mean, none of you seem to have problems killing the bandits up there. Apparently that's the same deal here.
Fair enough.
I got some experience fucking detaining prisoners anyway. Won't be that hard to take them across the desert. 10's a bit much, though. You should probably find ways to transport them easier.
Hmm.
You got any ideas?
Well, I could scare them real good and make them start running, but that's about it.
Is anything scared? Have you? I mean this in the nicest way possible. Do you have anything that would scare a reasonably small cat?
Why?
Because you seem to be pretty bad at that, or scaring
What do you
anything.
mean?
Can you be scary? All right. Be scary. Do it.
He just pauses and like he's not blinking anymore, and he just kind of smiles a little. No, you'll know when it happens.
Show
All
me
right.
your face.
Sure. Okay. Guess that's it then. How long is the trek gonna be? Ace.
Following this river, what's the river?
There is. There are several rivers up in these mountains that all kind of like feed into a big river that kind of cuts right down the middle of Unma, whose name I totally know. I definitely know it. It's in my notes.
Yeah.
Give me a second.
Yeah,
But
we're
yeah,
just trying to get to Unyo.
correct. You know that this is the one that eventually cuts through the capital city of Unyo.
How long
Let's
will it
see.
take?
Measure ruler. If I remember correctly, that is 6 days on horseback. Where's my guide? Where's my legend?
We don't have horses.
Was there a stable in the fucking town that we could loot?
Great question. They have chickens there. Yeah, they would have, not horses, they would have a couple of mules which are just used for local
Camels?
work, a couple of oxen as well for local work. Yeah, they would probably have like 2 or 3 camels that look malnourished, but they were only abandoned for like 2 or 3 days. So yeah, if you guys want some camels, there's some camels
Well,
there.
feed them, give them water. They should be fine.
Yeah.
They should be good for water for a few days.
You can't float a ship without camels either.
True, camel-powered
Or
airships.
horses.
These may have been rented from another place if they don't belong to someone, and then you just leave them in the stables, and then vice versa. Do they look like they belong to like Unyo? Do they have like anything under barding?
They're all kind of like nicely
Like
dressed. They look
eyeliner.
like they probably belonged to traveling merchants. You imagine that they have been like abandoned at this point.
Right.
At the very least, if any of them belonged to Mr. Plant Guy, he didn't seem to care about them, and he has an airship anyway.
This must have belonged to his clients. So we just feed them, bring enough food for them for the trip. It should take 6 days on Camelback, barring any odd circumstances like an attack. Or a mirage. We just have to follow this river. If we're lucky, the survivors also know to follow the river to find civilization. This river is drinkable water?
Yes, potable. As long as you'll probably still want to boil it just to be safe, especially when you get down lower. But especially up here
Yeah.
in the mountains, it's very potable, very safe.
Yeah, people probably don't super have the ability to like boil it if they're running.
Oh yeah.
But like, you know, in a pinch, you can drink this and go to a town and get looked at after for river flukes or whatever. I think to survive. So, this will take about a week if everything goes smoothly. Under a week.
Oh, we're all gonna become great friends.
Are we not already?
Greater friends.
Who are you again?
Wait a minute! Who are you? No.
Who are you?
All right.
We're dressed well for this weather, at least. So we're
Yes,
fine.
and actually, I don't know if you guys saw, but you have desert tokens.
What? What? Wait, what?
I do.
This
Hold
whole
on.
time I've been simultaneously feeling kind of sexy with the nice desert outfit, and also conflicted because I'm extremely short in this tall ass party.
That means you're cute.
True, you are surrounded by like most of the tall party members. It's basically just missing Baby Boy. Excellent. You guys do have camels. They are well suited for this. They are well fed and provisioned. They're saddled and barded. It'll be a 6-day journey if everything goes well. You're also traveling along a river, which is pretty easy to do. It goes straight to the capital city. All you have to do is follow it downhill. Let me get a survival check from whoever would like to do it. The DC is not terribly hard.
Feck, I have terrible, terrible news.
What's that? Oh, is it that Cackles doesn't have one?
You seem to have forgotten Cackle's desert outfit.
I'm sorry, I'll get it soon. I still have to do the rest of the party.
It's just a hat, right?
Wow.
Oh, Desert Kaz is shirtless.
Look at it. We're also shirtless.
I've got more clothes on.
True, Ruka's got that fur he needs to put light on.
I've got light fur, and Kaz is a hyena. He's made for this. Why does he look like a dominatrix, Cackles? It's not.
He's lab assistant.
Look,
Gold arms and goggles.
Alright, whoever's leading the way, let me get a survival check. And also,
with
with
a wayfinder, you can. Yeah. Nature.
Nature from everybody who's riding a camel, unless you were walking this whole way on foot, which is pretty untenable.
Mm-hmm.
There are enough for all of you to have your own camel if you would like, or you can.
There's 3
pair
of
up.
us, and 2 of us are very light because we're skeletons.
True.
Oh no, Branch.
It's so fitting that Branch is bad with animals.
Come on, fucking go! Go, you piece of shit! What the fuck does this horse have to? Horse have fucking divots
It's not
in
a
it.
horse.
What is this lumpy horse?
There is absolutely a point
What
where Branch
role?
is nature for animal handling.
Haha.
There's absolutely a point where Branch is trying to get on this thing, and it essentially just like angrily like rubs its back against one of these tall red rock mesa things and like grinds you until you spin off of it, and then it turns around and just like spits straight on you, and then like brays and runs off.
It agitates Ruko's camel.
Oh yeah, likewise Ruko. There are not a lot of like horses, camels, or donkeys in the swamps. They're just not feasible out there. And so you're not like super used to working with quadrupedal mount.
We know how to ride giant lizards.
An 8 is still certainly better a little bit than a 0, but it does not go well for you either. The big thing that happens for you is that Ruko, you like get your foot stuck in one of the stirrups. And it like swings around so that you are like underneath it, and it like just keeps going as you're like draped under its carriage until eventually you slip free and fall off and are like left behind in the sand. And everybody's like, wait, where'd Ruko go? And they look back and see you running after it.
With my 21, can I collect the running camel? Is he?
Yes, absolutely. So there were enough of you with good rolls, especially Athrun, that none of the camels are like lost. But you certainly get the impression that the 2 of them are inexperienced enough with this and having a bad enough time that like them driving a camel on their own is probably not going to help, and it might even slow the party down.
Maybe we just tie them together and someone take the lead. They're skittish. They don't know us, and they've been unfed for a while, and they're only now starting to move again. Be gentle with them.
Pretty poor choice of life. They wanted to live in the desert and eat all the time.
Well, they're camels. They don't really have to eat all the time.
Yeah, what's a fucking camel? I've never seen these things before.
This is a camel. It's the choice. The choice about in the
What
desert.
kind of dog is this?
They're like a lumpy horse.
Yeah. They're not bred for speed. They're bred for endurance.
All right, sure.
For a desert creature, they spit a lot.
Yeah.
That's how that's how you know they don't like you. It's not just spit, it's a bit of what they have in their stomach too. That's why it stinks.
Yes, and they store all that extra spit in the lumps on their back.
I don't think that's true.
You sure?
No, that's a fact. And here's a neat trick. If ever we get lost in the desert and our camels die, we can get water from their humps, according to the Ballad of Jojo. It's probably not true. But it's a popular tale.
I heard they went on many weird adventures.
Bizarre, almost.
Truly bizarre.
Does Branch try and like smoke a cigarette to de-stress around these things, and one of them steals it?
Oh, that one must be Joe Camel.
Yeah, absolutely.
Anybody?
Joe Camel.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Do you name it Joe?
I thought it was a JoJo or a joke at first, but it is also a Joe Camel joke.
Joe Camel.
Two are true. Yeah, absolutely. As you're like smoking, it kind of just comes over. It sneaks up behind you, which is weird and rare for a camel to be able to do. And you just all of a sudden feel this like heavy breath and a brush against the side of your cheek as it like uses its weird camel lips to steal it right out of your mouth and then chew it and swallow it.
These are the worst fucking creatures I've ever seen.
Yep, it spits.
That's most beasts of burden. Well, that's what people usually say about most beasts of burden. They're not bad. But, you know.
The camel just likes to have a little fun too.
Alright. Fuck it. Alright. You manage this thing, Narafi. I mean, Ace, I'm gonna fucking try.
Yeah, don't worry. We haven't lost much time, it's fine.
Yeah, can I try falling asleep on the divot between the humps on one of them? and see if it doesn't notice me while I'm there.
Sure.
Just not being around.
Sure. I guess give me another, like a stealth check or a nature check?
Stealth
How you,
I'll do a stealth
You're going
check.
for stealth? Okay.
Stealth check to just try and make if my presence bothers it, I'm going to make myself not known. Well...
yeah, it goes very poorly. This thing does not like you, and as soon, like, every time you approach it, it just kind of looks at you and does this low, like, annoyed groaning rumble. It seems to just very distrust and dislike you for some reason.
It probably doesn't like the smoke.
It just ate one of... Fine. I'll quit for 6 days. Sure, why not?
Well, you could do it when you're, like... when we're sleeping. Or camping. You'll have to camp. I don't sleep anymore.
Fast forward was... Oh, go ahead.
Did we take any amount of time? Did we take a ship down a little, or like a little boat or a raft down the river, or we just camels the whole way?
So far, it's just been camels for the first day. It's going kind of slowly. Up here, the streams are pretty narrow. It's mostly like tributaries feeding into early streams. But you do know, like, as you go lower and lower, the river gets very wide. It is used by merchants. It's navigable once you get, like, a little bit further down. Probably after a day or two of travel, you could try to find a ship or something.
Yeah, it just wasn't tenable to bring a kayak with us.
Yeah, I thought about buying a folding boat while we were in town, but I was kind of under the impression that it was either not going to be big enough to transport all of us once we got to water, or the river wasn't going to be wide enough for it. Is that the case?
Sorry, say again. The fire department is out there yelling at people for burning leaves. What's up?
I thought about buying a folding boat while we were in town, but I was under the impression that it was either not going to be big enough to transport all of us, or the river wouldn't be wide enough for the boat to fit in.
I would need to check the stats on a folding boat, but like up here, it's pretty narrow. By the time you get to town, it's navigable. Like people use it to send merchant vessels down to the harbor cities by the coast. So if you have a folding boat, once you get a little farther down, like a day or two down, you could probably use it.
Yeah, I didn't buy one, but
okay, fair.
I thought about it.
We weren't sure. He wasn't sure how useful it would have been.
Wonderful. Okay, the first day of travel does not go super smoothly as you guys are hammering out some of the kinks with the camels, but after a while, you guys are able to make camp. Nothing terrible happens along the way, at least. You have good leadership. It's an easy path to follow. It's just a little slow going and annoying as the animals are uncooperative with a couple of you. Eventually, you... let's see, where's our survival check here? Oh, wait, actually, yeah, we still need a survival check from whoever's navigating.
I've got a +3.
I can try. It's just a river. We just go down the river, right?
How hard could it be?
I know boats. That's how we get around. There's just no flotsam around here.
Ruko, we're using mounts.
They can swim, right?
I wouldn't recommend it.
Why am I doing this? This is a bad idea?
Good luck.
Okay, we're doing a what? Survival?
Survival, yep.
Ah, gee. Oh dear, oh dear.
I can give the help action, maybe.
If you'd like to, but 20 is, it seems to be going very well. If you'd like to hide or help, give me a survival check.
Hey, I'll help.
Wonderful. That is now a 21.
And
Yes.
I think I got a plus
Right.
2.
You get a plus 2 to yours, which makes it a 20. Still a success. But either way, it is still a success. So that bumps it from 20 to 21, which is very good. You guys are able to make this first day very easily. Even in spite of the animal troubles, it's just such a reasonable and simple path. Merchants do come this way a lot because they need to get to the airship if they're heading west to Octima. You guys don't have any trouble. And actually, on the 20, there is a point about an hour before sundown when you see a little bit of like a smoke trail on the path ahead of you around a bend. You're surrounded by all of these like red rock little mesas and arches, and you kind of smell the distant smell of fire, and you see a little trail of black smoke that is drifting up from behind it, about maybe 2 minutes ahead of you. What do you do?
Fire?
Somebody's got a fire going up ahead, or at least there is a small fire up ahead.
It could be, well, it wouldn't be the undead. They don't normally need the fire. It's either bandits or survivors. We should probably send a scout.
I mean, how are they going to know the difference when we show up?
There's usually a sign you can throw up.
Oh. Would I know anything about that?
Maybe it would be a society check unless you have anything
I just say it, Lord.
relevant to this. I don't know if Edgesite lore helps you with like Uni customs.
Fair.
I'm Uni. I could just tell you.
I mean, you did just tell him. He's mostly asking if he also knows this independently.
Alright.
Sure, I'll go ahead. What's the fucking sign I need to throw up in case they're unsavory?
It's probably something you could easily see in the desert, like a colored piece of cloth.
I'll just take off my shirt and wave it around. All right.
Yeah, white cloth is never bad.
I'll head over and just scout out the fucking area, I guess.
All right, perfect. Do you go stealthily or are you just kind of walking up?
Just walking up.
As you walk around the bend, you see that there is a little campfire that's going. You can see that there is a knapsack sitting next to it. You can see that there is a stick over the fire that is holding essentially just a little crawdad of some sort. It does not look like a big meal. Somebody just has like like a fist-sized crawdad that is cooking over this fire, and no signs of anybody right here. Yeah, it appears to just be the fire and some crawdad cooking over it currently.
Check for tracks.
Sure. Yeah. No signs of life or anything aside from like the obvious people who left you earlier.
Give me a perception check or a survival check if you're looking for tracks.
Perception.
Here's one from Glyph. Don't think Glyph finds it.
Glyph does also find this. The DC here was 11.
Oh,
As
perfect.
you guys kind of take a look around, you see that there's like some brush nearby, a couple of big cacti, a couple of rocks. And you see, as you're looking around at first, no signs of anybody. But then one of you, Branch, spots it just a little bit before Glyph spots there is a figure that's kind of like hiding behind some of the brush from a distance, maybe 20, 25 feet away.
I sensed them. Glyph immediately
Oh,
senses
yeah,
them.
life sense. Yeah, Glyph would also, when you walk close enough, Glyph would also pick up on life sense. There's somebody that's kind of like watching this scene from about 25 feet away.
Okay, on the.
I just hold up the light-colored cloth.
You hear a little bit of shuffling, and then you see a little bit of shuffling, and then you see that a thin, kind of furred black hand holds up a white piece of cloth and like extends it and waves it. We good?
Good.
You guys watch as a Kinraman, dark fur, kind of steps out behind this timidly, looks around, sees that you guys don't seem to mean him harm. What is Othen currently wearing? Is it what you see on the token, or what do you
I've described this outfit before. It's that there's a picture of it in Wildfolk chat.
Okay, wonderful. Okay, excellent.
Yeah, he looks like a lion currently. Looks like himself.
Perfect, but not necessarily like an Uni guard. You've kind of got your own thing going on.
Not an Uni guard. He looks like, he's in a desert wear. Here, let me post that again.
Yeah. Perfect. He kind of
Here you go. In Telegram.
Oh, hell yeah. Oh god, that turned out really good. Okay, awesome. Then yeah, he kind of comes out and he looks at all of you and says, sorry, I couldn't be too careful. They don't normally come out during the day, but you never know. And oh shit, he rushes over to the fire and he turns the crowd out a little bit. What are you doing all the way out west?
We're heading to Ulma. Or what are you doing here? Did you survive the attack?
Yeah, up at Chimney Way. I was there for all of that. That thing, the bandits, I split as soon as I saw shit was going down. I waited for a while to watch and see if it would go all right, but once they killed a couple of the guards, I figured it was just not worth sticking around. Did anybody
Smart.
make it?
It seems most of the civilians left. The guards were killed. Some civilians were hurt, but it was retaken. Everyone else left, ran to the desert. I don't know what direction. You seem to be the first one we've come across.
When I was woken up by all the ruckus, it was kind of a bit of a panic. I think I was one of the last people out. But it's good to hear that a lot of people evacuated, I guess. Shitty that the place got murked. It was nice. Cozy gig.
It'll be back soon.
Yeah?
According to the proprietor. They just need some time.
Wait, he made it out?
Yeah.
Oh, shit. Hell yeah, I'm still employed. Let's go!
Oh, you
Where
work
is
for
he?
him.
Yeah, I called through.
Back there. Yeah, he's back. He'd be happy to know that you're alive, I suppose.
Oh, wonderful. That helps a lot. I was real worried I was going to have to find new work somewhere, and that, you know how that is, I guess.
I believe
maybe?
they talked about heading back to Agdima today, but if you
Yeah.
get back to there, you might be able to wait them out or send some sort of message.
There'll at
Sure.
least be provisions for you.
If not, he said he'd be back in 6 days, so not the
Okay.
worst place to wait.
Yeah, he kind of
Yeah.
does a little bit of math in his head. He's like, all right, if I make
We
it...
close the gates behind us if that helps.
Yeah.
I need a way to open it.
Oh, I can get that. I mean, if you have it... Yeah, I can get it.
Do you need any provisions?
Well, and he kind of looks down at this crawdad. I had 3, and I think I fucked up the first 2, and frankly, I'm not sure that this one's going any better. I'd hate to be a bother. I'm sure you guys are very busy, and I don't really have any coin to offer. I left in a bit of a rush. But if you have food or water, I've been drinking from the oasis, but I don't know if it's terribly safe.
Let me check him for symptoms of like oasis poisoning or whatever.
Sure, yeah.
Or like
Give him some
you've been drinking shit water. You're gonna die though. He has no dysentery. Bad roll.
You give him a pretty thorough look. There's no immediate signs. He looks, again, he's only been out here in the wilderness for a day or two. The most dangerous and pressing thing is dehydration and heat exhaustion, both of which he's
Your
suffering a
bowels
little
haven't
bit.
turned to water.
Nothing like that.
Okay, still fine.
He seems okay. He's looks like somebody who spent a day in the desert, but he's acclimated and knows at least enough to drink frequently and stay in the shade. So, he'll be fine, assuming he makes it back there okay.
Yeah. Just follow our footprints, I suppose. We haven't encountered anything
Right.
on the way.
Okay. And he looks up at the sky. You can see it's like 5:36-ish. The suns are getting a little low in the sky. The sky's turning this kind of pale
Sky
orange color.
says it's 5:36.
I don't mean to be a bother, but it was essentially a stroke of luck that I survived the first night out here. All of the undead seem to just kind of ignore me. I don't know if I can count on that happening again. Are you guys going to be camping around here?
Well, like, would this be around the time we start camping?
You guys have been traveling since like 10 a.m. It's been like 8 hours of travel. It's probably about
I feel
that
like
time.
we'd be traveling in the evening.
That also makes a lot of sense. I had you guys walk during the day, but that doesn't really make sense for desert travel. What was your survival roll? Yeah, you guys rolled high enough that you probably know to not do it during the middle of the day. So realistically, you probably did like a few hours in the morning from like 6 to 9 or 10-ish, and then found some shade to rest, and then did like 4 more hours, maybe starting an hour or so ago. So you probably have like 3 hours of travel left.
Well, we're traveling for 3 more hours. We could rest now and keep you safe, if that's up to my friends.
I'd appreciate that a lot. I can't offer much, but I'll do what I can, I guess.
Yeah, this crawdad's like overcooked, way too smoky, and branched.
Are you eating it?
Here, try this, Cackles. It's like awful.
Well,
Yeah.
maybe while we're here, we could spend the next 3 hours while camping, finding more crawdads.
Oh, fuck that. Fuck that. I packed fucking bags of carne asada with me. That's
Um,
what we're cooking today.
I'm
That's gonna go
suspicious.
bad.
I'm suspicious because I can't remember what Feck answered. This guy showed up on Glip detection thing, right?
He did. He rings up as alive. Yeah.
So he's probably not undead himself, and that's why the undead are ignoring him. And he's probably fine, right?
Who knows, man? But at the very least, Glyph gets the sense that there's real living life essence in this guy.
Yeah.
Also, I mean, I'm probably fine letting him hang out with us for the night anyway. But is Branch's camel just like totally against letting him ride him at all? Like, are we just carrying around or like toting around an extra camel for no reason right now?
So you guys essentially have 3
I'm swapped
camels.
around.
How you guys put 6 people on those 3 camels is up to you. The only rule is that Branch can't be on one of the camels, or can't be leading one of the camels, and can't be on that one.
Gotcha.
The specific one.
Yep. You guys
We'll
had like
probably
the
swap
fox
about-
chicken problem. I'm not going to make you guys logic out who is riding each camel, but at the very least, Branch is not in charge of a camel.
Yeah, we can't have Ruko and Branch on the same camel either.
True. One of them has to be accompanied, or they both have to be accompanied by somebody who's good at navigating with a camel.
With a camel, yeah. Alright.
I think Foster and Ruko, Kaz and Branch. Well, Kaz might need his own camel because he's large. He's a big boy,
You sure?
right? Yeah, Kaz needs his own camel. I think you could fit, because we're light. You can get Kaz in one. You can put Foster and Ruko in another, or Foster and Branch, and me and Ruko or me or Branch on the other one.
Perfect. That's right.
Yeah, sure. I mean,
Foster's probably really good with the camels with the nature check.
I was going to say, I didn't roll it. Let me see. I assume
another
he's
one.
good with
just gonna do a quick perception check on this guy as I eat his crawdad. Is he? He's not weird or anything. He's not. He's got no. Not,
Sure, essentially
no
just
fucking
trying to
bad
get like
vibes.
an insight read on him.
Damn,
Yeah.
okay, bro. Nice. 19 for 25.
Foster's good enough with camels. He's never really rid one, but he is just naturally good with animals, so he figures it out quickly. The impression you get with the 25 is that this guy seems very afraid of all of you, but not as afraid as he is of the undead. He's very grateful to have friendly company all of a sudden. He feels very guilty that he has nothing to offer you. But you're not getting any, like, shifty vibes. You don't get the sense that he's going to, like, betray you. He's just, like, he's testing the waters. He's feeling things out.
Your cooking's terrible, but ain't no reason to fucking leave you on the fucking blind side here.
I appreciate that. Yeah, I didn't typically do a lot of the cooking.
Well, you can regale us with stories of your work there.
That I can certainly do. Yeah, I'd be happy to.
Um, I could use the remaining sun to fucking bake for a bit. Let's just rest here for a while.
Find shade for the camels and everyone. Put
Yeah,
up a tarp.
he does
Find a
actually.
comfortable rock to sun myself.
Yeah, the oasis where I found this thing is right over there. It's kind of shaded as the sun sets. It's going to be behind those arches, and he like kind of guides you over this.
Ooh, oasis. Did you find any other signs of people here when you first got here?
I haven't seen another living soul the whole time I've been out here. The undead were crazy active last night, but nobody that I wanted to speak to. Nobody. They all looked like bones or zombies to me.
All right.
I see.
What's your name?
Baranka. Pleasure to meet all of you. You are?
Nathan?
Ruko.
Ruko,
Branch.
Brand, Foster,
Cat.
and Cat.
And
Great
I'm
to meet all of you.
Cackle.
And Cackles. Wonderful to meet you. You talk.
Yeah.
Unusual.
You never seen a talking hyena before?
No, I can't say that I have. Are you, where are you from?
He found me in a bush. Yeah, I found him in the bush.
It's a fabled bush
Fascinating.
potato.
Fabled bush potato. I've heard stories way up north in the Hiddlands there are animals that talk sometimes, and Blimidel too.
Twitch chat is saying the stream is breaking up.
Weird. I'm keeping an eye on it, and I'm not seeing any frame skips. It might be on Twitch's end, but I'll keep an eye on it. Worst comes to worst, I have a recording for later. Anyway, if we're making campaign for the night, I guess it's story time, right?
Yeah.
I'm just gonna check the perimeter for a bit, making sure it's like nothing hiding in the water
Absolutely.
with the undead sense.
Perfect. Give me a perception check, and if you feel like it, a survival check, and I will take into account that you just have the free automatic detection of undead and living.
Yeah. So here's perception for me, and here's a survival from Glyph.
Wonderful. As you take a look around, you do sense that there are a couple of undead in this oasis, like down in the middle of it, kind of under all this like marshy grass stuff near the center of it. They seem docile. They don't move as you kind of do a quick patrol around here. And you also pick up that there is like a little slumped up pile of bones over to the east, kind of against this rock wall over here.
Okay.
But that's all you really pick up on. And being a native, that's kind of the normal amount of undead to have within a perimeter anywhere that you go. They're probably just dormant until night.
Esoteric lore to identify them.
Sure, absolutely.
One for the water, and one for the one in the bushes.
Perfect. All of them seem to just be kind of run-of-the-mill skeletons. You can tell with your 28 especially, they are probably just dormant during the day, hanging out in shady places away from the sun because it's uncomfortable for them. Not like vampiric levels of immediate destruction, but still, most undead prefer night. At least most mindless undead. You imagine they'll probably become more active when night comes around.
It's probably why we also don't sleep during night usually.
Yeah, makes a lot of
Because
sense.
it's better to be moving.
Yeah, very crepuscular. You typically want to move during the morning and evening, sleep or rest during the day, and then at night you kind of just sit still and on guard and quiet to avoid waking the undead, because that's when they're very active.
Yeah. This probably fucks a few people's internal clocks.
Oh yeah, for sure, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, as you guys all kind of like settle in, he begins to regale some stories. So I was, when I very first started working there, I was a perfume peddler. I just
What?
sold spices and perfumes. But then I saw a couple of, some of the other employees, I saw what they were doing, and it looked like fun, so I decided to give it a shot one time, and the pay was a lot better. And what eventually started as kind of, a moonlight second job turned into my primary profession, and it's been good. He's a good boss. He takes good care of us. He makes sure that the clients don't do anything unreasonable. He makes sure we gets paid. The money's great, or it was, until the whole place got fucked up by bandits.
Wait, so what do you do now?
Oh, people come in looking for companionship.
Oh, so you're a dentist.
Ask if he was
Oh.
hot.
I do still also sell perfumes, though. It runs in the family. We've been selling perfumes for generations.
Oh, what brand?
My last name, Brand. Give me a second. Give me a second.
Now, when you say sell perfumes, do you mean like you're making your own, or is this like an Avon sort of thing?
No. We make them. I'm not a chemist. My mother is the chemist currently, but it has run in the family for some time.
The dreaded cult of
Uh,
Avon.
God damn it! I finally trained myself not to ask if he was hot first thing, and I shoulda.
Yeah, is he hot?
Look.
I don't know. He's kind of a gaunt. He looks like he takes care of himself. He looks like he's fit. He looks like he spent a day and a half in the hot desert avoiding undead, so he's currently a little bit scruffled. But
But he's also
That's
a
probably-
successful sex worker, so
And he sells perfume, so he's not stinky.
that is true. You would notice that even a day and a half later, he does have kind of a lingering smell on him.
That's some good perfume.
do you have
Thank
any
you.
samples on you still?
Well, I mean,
Been looking
no.
for a new sample.
I mean, I left in a bit of a hurry. If we get back up there and it hasn't been robbed, you can check out some of the supply there. Baranka Khatib, it's the Khatib family. We typically just sell it under the family name. It's not like we have a big brand or anything, but we do good business. We get good pay. Returning customers, it seems to go all right. You can. Oh, actually, and he just kind of holds out his wrist. He like holds it up and yeah, it's still kind of there a little bit.
May I?
Yes, yeah.
Oh,
And
me too.
you get kind of like a day and a half old smell, but it's kind of like a rosy flavor. A bit floral. It's obviously worn out at this point. Most of what you smell is just like dirt and dust and sand and a little bit of like burnt crawdad. A little bit of smoke that is kind of
Crackles.
overwhelming all of it.
Cackles does that thing where a cat sniffs something and they go,
True, true. But underneath all of that, there's like a little bit of a floral residue. This one was rose wine. It's always been one of my favorites.
it's quite nice. I'm sure it's better fresh.
Yeah, it sure is. Although it does keep for a very long time. The roses are hard to find. I've tried to cultivate them all over the place, but I think I have a bit of a whatever the opposite of a green thumb is. I kill everything that I try to take care of. But there's a couple of people who keep good gardens in Unio proper, so every time I go by there, I try to get a little bit of a stash.
As the clientele, you get bothered with people here in fucking Unma.
Mostly it's people coming in from Octima, or adventurers coming through looking for reagents. Most of them are very wealthy. Adventurers make good money coming out in here looking for rare plants and herbs, and then they come back and spend a little of that money on me.
How about any stories of Cyrillans coming through that want to keep it under the wraps?
Not that I can really remember, but I guess a lot of people from Cyrillin would kind of snub their noses at our establishment anyway. I doubt they would come in for a visit. Although that doesn't stop a lot of people. They'll snub their noses in public, and then we find them later that night coming in for a little business. But nobody from Cyrillin that I know of.
Yeah. I'll blackmail ain't gonna work on them yet.
Brooke was frantically looking around the party to see who he can convince to get laid so that he can enjoy that by proxy.
Why don't you
Because that's terrifying.
He's
You just don't share
experienced.
this.
Well, they're talking, and Ethan occasionally chips in. Do I know if it's safe to move like the dormant undead kind of somewhere a little further away so it's safe? Do I know that they get angry?
Yeah, with your
if
28
they wake
crit,
up?
you would certainly know, like, typically if they are disturbed or if somebody comes really close, they would kind of just attack on sight if they're mindless undead. The sunlight is not
He
so,
struck
like,
me as
painful or
mindless.
dangerous that they, like, run away from it. They just prefer to rest. It would be sort of like walking by a sleeping grizzly bear.
Yeah.
Admittedly, they're basic-ass skeletons. It's probably not going to be that dangerous, but they wouldn't take it peacefully is the impression you get.
Yeah. If they're mindless undead, I think, and they're close to this camp, I think Athen just preemptively deals with them while they're dormant.
Understood. You guys kind of just hear a splash as I assume you just, like, chop your sword in there and quickly
Oh
decapitate
no,
them.
it turns like it turns it into like a hammer.
Oh, wonderful. That makes sense. Yeah, you guys just look where Athen is, like, hammering the water. But I'm not
Someone
going to...
really needs to show him how to fish.
I'm not going to make you roll initiative or anything. They are CR -1 skeletons. You're able to just kind of brain both of them unceremoniously.
He gives them like the rights, so they don't get taken by the Desolate King. They don't come back wherever they find rest, and then he like collects the bones because they need those.
Yep, perfect.
Don't worry about him. I think it's got some purpose as he's doing it.
I mean,
Well,
you guys certainly seem to know what you're doing. Better at this than I am.
Yeah, once he clears all the undead out of the oasis, can we try fishing in there before
Yeah.
we settle in?
Absolutely, give me a survival check.
I've got a special fishing rod too. I forget what it does. +1 item bonus to any checks you make to do fishing.
Sick. I think that currently item bonuses are not working automatically, so we'll just have to add it manually after you roll.
Yeah.
I have a plan for that, but it is big and will take some time.
12.
12. 12 is not amazing, but it's
How
enough
many
that...
crawdad do I catch?
Right, you're not going to catch anything like huge out of there. It's just a little oasis, but there are some frogs. There are a couple of crawdads. You see that there's a few turtles, especially. You imagine that if you wanted to, you could probably like sneak up on one or two of those turtles and have some like baked turtle, or I guess it would be cooked over a fire turtle.
You could also turn it to stew.
True, you can stew it.
In its own shell.
Either way, it's not going to be a hearty and delicious meal. Maybe, I don't know. It depends on how well you cook it up. But it's enough to subsist on for sure.
That's up to your crafting.
Is cooking crafting?
Yeah, sure is.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, Kaz will try cooking it then.
Oh, that was almost a
Wait,
17 on my
almost
screen.
right,
Yeah. Still, 20 is quite good. Yeah, you're able to make a very convincing turtle stew.
No, I'd leave the turtles alone.
Oh, you're not doing turtle stew?
You want frogs?
Yeah,
Frogs
I
are
mean,
good too.
yeah, I'd come up with this net full of like turtles or not turtles, frogs and shrimps and whatever else lives in Oasis. Like, what would Klaus do?
Very like Gorchigi's Bayou style, like
Yeah,
crab boil. Yeah.
I do like a seafood boil with some like crab legs.
Yeah.
Mm.
If it's not enough to subsist on, I guess you could just make something delicious and we add it to our starches that we brought with us.
True. You guys have provisions, you guys stocked up, but it is also good to have a little bit of like fresh food instead of just
Some
dried
flavor.
jerky. Exactly. And the flavor is quite good. I assume Kaz
Aside
has...
from me, I got our I got our rations. He just pulls up the bones.
True.
Foster can taste though.
Oh, that is also a good point. We haven't really addressed that, and I think he'll do it in character. Branka kind of eventually says, "So I can't help but notice that you're traveling with one of the. Oh, I'm sorry, I forget the term. Awakened? Is
Risen.
that- Risen. One of the risen. What's it like?" And I know Foster's not
Who
here
risen?
to answer in character, but you guys have been traveling with him for a while.
I barely know the guy. But he hasn't attacked me yet.
He looks a little suspicious, a little wide-eyed. Oh, okay. It's a little more dangerous in the desert, I've heard.
The undead and all that.
I mean,
That's something I fucking noticed. And everyone's real paranoid of these buckets of bones coming towards them, right? Meanwhile, everyone that I've met has been weirdly amicable. Might be just an Uma thing, huh?
Well, there's a difference between the risen and the undead that we're trying to separate.
Is there?
what do you mean? Yeah.
The risen are sapient. They think, they remember, they
Does-
feel.
Doesn't that just make them more dangerous? Like vampires and stuff?
It could be, but vampires are, well, it depends. Some undead, that's why we call them that, are the ones that want to harm the living. Actively driven by a hunger or unable to control a certain... Hold on, let me lower this music.
Yeah,
It's
it
so
did
loud.
get really loud, so I'm actually skipping it right now. I was like, wait,
There we
this
go.
is too loud.
Oh, is this really loud for a cab?
There it goes.
There we go. It's a nice song. It's
It
really
is.
loud
It was
for a
just
cab.
very loud and not fitting for the scene.
Yeah, what's a word that's you're forced to do something?
Like under duress?
Not duress,
Or
but like
coerced?
not natural thing, like your body requires it,
Oh, like instinct?
like a proclivity
Oh,
or
sure,
something.
sure.
Yeah, an instinct. Yeah, something like that. Certain undeads have, a natural born instinct and need. Ghouls require flesh, for example. Vampires require blood. It's that sustaining themselves off the living that makes them evil, so to speak, to the
Sure.
eyes of the public. But there are those who do not want to subject others to those. There are vampires who will subsist only on animals or on donations. There are skeletons who only take the bones of the fallen. There are ghouls who will only eat from the dead.
Yeah. Like what he said. If I'm being honest, I ain't really care about the fucking status of the undead. I just want to know if it's gonna hurt me directly.
Yeah, I mean, same. I don't really think about it very much, except for when my life is in danger. I guess if there are smart ones out there and they can live peacefully, that's fine.
You'd be surprised. Although the problem with sapiens is that when they're fucking able to have their own will, that doesn't mean they're not going to harm you. If that was an idea in their head before, it's probably still going to be true for them now.
Sure. And
Just
now they're
like
even deadlier.
regular people.
I don't think
Well,
you can fault the mouse
not all
for
of them.
being afraid of the cat, even though the cat must eat it.
Do they have to? I mean, I guess a vampire needs blood and shit, but you need food, right?
Yeah. I don't
That's
know.
the difference between, again, the risen. They don't want to be a cat. They want to be a person.
Are they not people?
They are. They want to be treated like people.
Oh. Well, yeah, that makes sense. You seem to know a lot about this. You're from here, it looks like.
I am one of them.
One of them.
The risen.
Oh.
Yeah,
Oh, I'm sorry. I really don't mean anything by all of this. to
I
either of you.
understand.
I-
It's a long campaign from a long time ago.
You're just coming in and saying it, huh?
What the fight for the equality between risen? No, that's something the risen have been trying for a very long time.
No, I mean your involvement in all of it.
Well, it's not uncommon for people in the Uni region to be for the risen against the undead. It's just, it's hard to differentiate, especially when your life is in danger. And it's understandable.
I assume that you're probably involved whether you want to be or not. It's hard to keep your head out of I mean, for lack of a better word, politics when your very existence is determined by it.
Not. It didn't used to be, but it is now.
Well, for what it's worth, I don't know if this is good or bad, but I never would have known if you hadn't told me. I assumed you were that you were people. I mean, that one.
Yeah.
He looks over to Foster. I kind of had a sense, because of the bones.
Yeah, he's going to like one action and kind of drop his like facade.
Huh. That's crazy. I
Some
never
of
would have
us feel like it's not us, you know?
Sure.
We weren't always this. You look in the mirror and you see someone you're not. You don't feel the wind on your skin. You don't feel your skin or heartbeat. It's dysphoric.
There must be something that can be done about it, right?
I could grow flesh back, I suppose, but it's not going to be quite the same.
Yeah. I guess that makes sense. And who can afford it?
Not me. This is the most I can afford. He just puts the illusion back up.
The living can barely afford new arms. I'll just wave my stump. Okay.
Yeah. I think a lot of people have bigger fish to fry than that sort of thing. All the same, you seem to be doing well with it, and I hadn't really thought much of it besides just avoiding it until this point. You guys have been very kind, you've been very helpful, and this is a damn good seafood boil, especially considering you found it all in that little oasis over there.
Thank you.
I appreciate
Learn from
all
it.
of you helping.
Ah, that's nothing.
As much
I
as
mean,
I...
would most people here not fucking stop to just help a person?
Oh, I mean, kind of. It depends. It feels like people are just as likely to help you as they are to take whatever you've got and get out of town with it. People don't stay here. It's rare for people to stay here. They come here, they visit here, they do things here. But people don't live here, and so they treat it like it's not their home. Like the people here don't matter, that they'll never see him again, because they probably won't. It's rare for your neighbor to rob you, but travelers, we're wary of travelers, of outsiders. They think little of us, and so we must think little of them.
Ah, gotcha.
My profession dictates that I put a little more kindness towards those passing through, and it usually pays off, but I admit I'm still wary.
To trust, you must also be trusted.
Well, he kind of raises his hands up. I'm an open book. You guys could have killed me 100 times over now if you wanted.
Is that true, Ruko? Would you kill him 100 times over?
No, only metaphorically.
Is there something else you'd want to do with him?
That's
And I'll just like hit Ruko with my elbow.
Baranka, do you like...
perfumes?
Yeah, Baranka, do you like your job?
Does he like his what?
Job.
Oh, yeah, it's great. It's easy. It comes naturally. I feel like I'm pretty
What
good
are
at
your
it.
rates?
Comes naturally.
Yeah.
Oh, well, normally it would be anywhere from a couple of silver to a couple of gold, depending on what you're looking for.
Playfully, he just hands him a gold. How about companionship for my friend over there? Said Ruko.
He looks over to Ruko, and he takes the gold piece and he hands it to Ruko. That is for you to decide. I'd be happy to, if you want.
Okay.
There's
There's
no-
really sunburned.
There's no...
It needn't be anything more than companionship.
Let's maybe talk about it later.
Right, yes. Not, I think your friends are razzing you right now, but we can talk later if you're actually serious about any of this. In the meantime, though, it is getting late, and I think that as much as I took your lesson to heart, I don't think that all of the other undead around here are going to be so amenable to a peaceful negotiation. We should probably figure out what we're doing overnight, right?
That's another thing that makes them undead, is that they can't think. They're driven by urges and instincts.
Right.
If things go fucking south, I've got a whole lot of sunlight vials of storing for this exact situation.
Good. I have,
And I will keep a watch throughout the night.
Okay. Oh, right, you don't have to sleep, I guess.
No, I just go into a somewhat dormant state. I can still see and hear just fine.
Alright. Do we need to keep any other watches?
I suppose Foster can if he wants.
I'd suggest that
If they want.
I don't want to. Again, these two, they're fine, but outside circumstances regarding shit that comes from Unma can lead to bad things with you guys, right? Being fucking obscure about it. I don't know how much you want to say, Ace. I think there's influence here.
As far as I've seen, I haven't felt anything. It seems like Foster hasn't. If there is influence here, we haven't encountered it yet.
You want someone to stay up with you just in case?
It could be safer, yes.
All right. I'll go with you, Kaz. You can go with Foster. Sound good?
Yeah, I can take a watch if you want. But it's...
You do need to sleep.
I sure
Not
would
here for a while.
appreciate
You
it.
should rest up.
Yeah, you do kind of get the
Okay.
impression that as it is getting later, it's getting more and more obvious that he straight up did not sleep last night and has been awake for like 48 hours.
Go rest.
I will hand him a rolled up bit of flay leaf to help him sleep.
I will hand him blood eye coffee to help him.
No, that's not what that does. I was going to give you some of that and maybe drink some myself so we could stay up through the night.
Yeah,
Or
fair.
maybe drink it in the morning. I don't know how that works.
You don't have to stay up through the night. Like, we've been traveling for like 3 days now and nothing's happened. We've had several of these.
Say that, but we're like 2 hours into the session, so
That's true. Fact needs to do
Becca's going to
something.
throw a random encounter at us now.
I just cleared out the area for us.
Of undead.
That's true. I'm the only other undead. Me and Foster will eventually lose our will saves and just attack everyone.
No, we're going to get swooped on by like some desert birds.
Yeah, they're gonna drop an obelisk right here, and it's gonna piss us both. Yeah.
That's why we're by this big fucking big rock formation to protect us from birds.
Alright, perfect. Bronco will absolutely take it. He thanks you for it and lights immediately. He's like, alright, I'm gonna finish this, bathe up, and then pass out immediately. If you feel like talking, and he looks over to Ruko, you come find me, it's fine.
Branca, you should keep the gold even if he doesn't.
For sure.
Yeah.
Well,
No,
I mean, I can't say no to that.
You could use it.
I mean, you could do what you wish. You could sleep too. I just maybe explore a little. That's all. You don't have to do anything.
He cracks a big grin. You do anything you'd like. Come and find me here in a bit.
Hint.
And that looks like he's gonna have a panic attack.
Gently pats Ruko on the back.
He seems cool.
We won't collapse your tent while you're in there. All right.
Did someone do that? That was a prank they do back in the wars.
Oh yeah, plenty of times. We did it back in the fucking Edis barracks whenever they bring over fucking whores from the mat.
Time passes. Eventually, he comes back, gets ready for bed. You guys set up your watches. Anybody doing anything unusual overnight? Or are we just kind of keeping watches and moving through?
Oh,
Can I actually talk with Kaz for a bit?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Oh, what's up?
Work on anything?
Not at the moment. Can't really do too much heavy work while I'm traveling, but
How about tools? You still got those?
of course.
Listen, I think something's wrong with my fucking arm. Can you take a look at it?
What's it doing?
It just hurts.
Your arm hurts.
Yeah, it just hurts. Yeah.
You don't have an arm. How can your arm hurt?
Well, that's what I'm fucking wondering. Why does it hurt?
Like, is it just hurting at the shoulder where it's attached, or are you experiencing phantom pains? What's...
The thing fucking hurts. I don't know why.
Oh, okay, I'll take a look.
Filled with
I'll,
scorpions.
Yeah, I'll reach into my spacious pouch and pull out my alchemist's lab, so I can do a little. I've got the artisan's tools and alchemy. I got all my stuff packed up in my spacious pouch. So I can set up like a little impromptu shop to look at after my watch, or before. I don't know, whichever comes first. Of course, you come to me to fix your eyes. I wanted to talk to that guy. It's fine.
Nice skill. Why is it a free action?
Full
Because it wasn't
disclosure,
my gold.
Kaz was planning after his watch to try to find that guy if Ruko wasn't already visiting. That's fine. I can work on one.
I don't think we need to say
like
that.
an actual.
Did they do that threesome thing in Spellmonger?
Should we roll
Jesus.
initiative?
Oh my god. We will not play any of this out on stream, but we can figure out what exactly happens between. But I imagine it sounds like you find him and Ruka together.
I mean, I imagine I just get close enough to the tent and I hear him talking or doing whatever. And I'm like,
right,
"Oh, good,
talking.
good for Ruko."
yeah.
And then I go back to my tent and get my workshop set up.
Real
Perfect.
vigorous conversation.
Right. But then you can come back later because the vibe is he's just kind of exploring it. Like he's not gonna. Like, Ruko won't even like get undressed. He's too nervous. Whatever. Having a good time. Having a good conversation.
Yeah. He's very happy to
So-
just kind of like let you do whatever you want, but he doesn't put any pressure on you to do anything.
You do the fucking Catcher in the Rye thing where you hire a whore for the night and just talk to her and then cry.
No.
Is that I've never read the book. Is that a thing
I
in that
never read the
too?
book.
Yeah, that's what happens. It's not a great book.
Boy, that was a big thing I did with cricket a lot, but I never. I mean, I assume that is a trope. It has to be.
Yeah, it probably
It is.
happens a lot.
Wonderful.
He probably does tell Branch like Narafi would do this sometimes when we go to brothels. He would buy me a girl or a boy, and I would talk their ears off about the game of Mask.
And how much do they charge after that?
Like a few coppers
Did it ever feel real?
to
Like they were
talk about the
interested?
game. Well, yeah, we'd put on some mask sometimes and try it.
We're putting a
Branch,
new
like,
meaning to roleplay in the
tries to-
bedroom.
Tries to stifle back laughter, like really hard.
What?
No, it's So you never bought them yourself?
I mean, I don't never see the need to. I could just talk to anyone.
Yeah, I get it.
But he paid for them. I didn't want to not make use of their services.
I get it.
And I love talking about the Game of Mask. I will introduce the Game of Mask to anyone who'd listen.
Yeah, it seemed kind of fun when we saw it back at El Morzo, Just I just imagine the noises coming from your tent was very different from what's coming from Ruko's tent right now.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. God, they're having a fucking gay old time in there.
They are talking. That's nice.
Yeah.
I'm happy for him.
Also, kind of help but notice, Glyph is the fucking familiar we saw that one time, right?
Which one time? Oh, the one when he lost his
Yeah, when the mask
helmet.
got
That's
thrown off.
Narafi.
Yeah.
Yeah. Glyph hasn't made themselves So no, kind of SIDS.
Okay. You taken just being you.
Hmm.
You can
It
stop
feels-
anytime you want.
It feels awkward, but I suppose that's normal.
You know what else is awkward?
What?
The fact that I'm talking to a major historical figure and haven't really acknowledged that yet.
You know, it's weird being a major historical figure because I was just a figure.
Really?
Yeah.
I mean, I ain't go to school much, but like even I knew about that whole fucking situation with Desolate King and you, right? It's pretty famous, pretty well known.
I suppose it was. It's just, I died during it, so I couldn't tell what happened after.
And you're back, and honestly, you could reap so many fucking you could get so much money in fucking copyright claims if you just choose that you don't want to sell that story to anyone that's been using
What's
it.
a copyright claim?
Oh fuck! He just pulls out the fucking Edis ledger. And
I was
explains
going to
that
say,
to you right
copyright
now.
things are probably barely exist in this world. They mostly would exist in Wex's house, but it's so appropriate that an Edge like cleric monk would know what copyright is.
Yeah, it's,
Patenting. Copyrights. Huh, trademarks.
Yeah.
Interesting.
listen.
And I know
when
you say you only just pull out a ledger every time, but I can't help but imagine you've got one of those big, like, expanding file things, or at this point, probably just a spacious pouch that you pull a full-ass file cabinet out of.
Yeah, Branch stifles through the fucking.
It's the
patent
woodchuck
claims.
guide that Huey, Dewey, and Louie have.
Yeah,
It's like an answer to everything.
that's
Puts on
what
your
it
reading
is.
glasses and starts thumbing through manila envelope folders.
And honestly, you could make a fucking killing getting taking away that story from a lot of people. Although it'd be a bit of a dick move. Like, a lot of people find hope for that. You're like a symbol for a lot of other people.
It's, well, I guess that's normal. Back when the wars were around, I couldn't do it as I am right now. He just gestures at himself. I was too nervous and a little scared. So my uncle and a few of the others told me they needed a face. Someone who could unite people against my father, and there's no one else who could do that aside from, well, his son. So I played the role. I put my mask on, I guess. I was the desolate prince, the forlorn hope of Unma, the ghost fang. I was all these things. And it worked. I rallied troops to our side. I found allies to help us. I found the power we needed, pretending to be someone I'm not. It all became just a part of the game. The most important game.
Why they send you out to fight then? They just needed a face. You could have just stayed there, been their fucking little plaything.
Because I didn't feel right telling people to die for me and not risking my life. You saw me back there. I'm not the best fighter. I went down a lot, but I had good friends who would pick me back up.
I beg to the contrary. I don't know. Again, you've saved my ass countless times by now, right?
That's what I focused on. Saving people. If I could. Especially now. I wasn't very good at treating wounds, and I made a vow after I came back, and I learned that my father was still up to his old tricks. That no one who chose to fight by my side would fall.
It kind of sucks that it's just happening again for you. I don't know. Like, you're not sick of it. You're not,
Oh god, I'm fucking sick of it.
but you're still doing it.
Well, yeah, no one else will.
I know. What do you think's gonna happen when we get to Unma? You think you'll find more people who are willing to join your cause? You just unmasked and just came out as the prince come back.
Well, maybe they'll be okay with just Athen. That dork who likes the game of masks and reading books about, befriending dragons.
You're really on that. You were really on that back in Pi,
I love it. My mother invented that game,
Masks?
Mm.
No, I was talking about the dragons thing.
Oh, well, yeah. Dragons are great. They're cool.
Oh, I think we.
Well, I'm more of a Drake. It's really weird to say you're really into a kind of person or people or culture. It feels weird. So I've kind of just limited it to Drakes. It feels less weird saying I think horses are cool than like, oh, I think the cheeky cultures are cool because, they turn them into some sort of entertainment. You've seen the costumes they make them wear.
There's a way to do it right.
There is a way to do it right.
You ain't hang around Famador much, but this some of the styles of dancing I use, it ain't from anywhere in particular. It's a bit of cheeky performance, a bit of fucking Minko flourish, a bit of it comes from everywhere.
Yeah, I feel like a cultural festival where everyone shares is the way to do it.
That ain't gonna happen now, though. You see how Octima treats you people, and you see how you people treat each other.
Well, for now,
I don't know.
we're in a crisis, and a crisis, people usually just focus on surviving. Something is going to change. I don't know how or what, but people are going to find the time and the energy to think, what if I gave this a chance?
Sorry, but again, that just ain't how it works. When all you can do is focus on surviving, that's all you're gonna focus. Again, it's the only thing your mind can bring up in your dreams of revolution are great, but not when you still don't
have to survive.
Yeah. You think people here don't just have to survive when they got undead crawling up their fucking walls all nights?
As it is right now, it's not gonna happen. But this is something I'm trying to solve, something to work for.
It's a good goal. I'm sorry for making it seem like it wasn't worth it earlier. It's just... I don't know.
Well, the world makes you feel like nothing you do is worth it sometimes. You seem like that's what the world told you, and maybe a little bit of you believes it more and more every day. The more times you try and nothing happens, or it just gets worse. The fact that you genuinely tried, it hurts you, makes cracks, pieces that disappear. I have lost so much of me that I try to find pieces. You know?
I know.
I think you can find some too. Just puts a hand on the shoulder.
Well, where do you look, usually?
Anywhere. I'm thinking... Well, for one, I could try and get Ruko laid.
I mean, that helps him. That'll help him a lot.
It might help with his confidence.
Absolutely. Maybe one day. The moment he gets his dick wet, he's immediately going to be full of himself. He's going to realize who he is.
Oh, his chin is going to go 3 sizes.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Washboard abs immediately. It'll be weird. Listen, I ain't like what we did yesterday at the fucking camp, and I ain't like seeing that guy be pushed off the fucking bow of
He
that.
nods.
None of you have a problem with it, though. So why should I? Right?
It does churn something in my gut. But that man murdered people willingly and selfishly. You could tell that he was not going to change.
How do you know that?
There's this... I don't know how to call it. Not ambition. Not greed. A hunger in a person's eyes that tell you they'd do anything to survive. I can't fault anyone for wanting to survive, but I can fault the decisions they make to do it. There are people who do it under duress, circumstance, you know. There are poor people who would stab someone for a loaf of bread because they need it to feed their family. That's not their fault. You can't blame them for that.
They'd still get pushed off a fucking ledge all the same. They'd still be in the stockades, ready for their execution next day.
Unless something changed that.
Again, that's a problem that killing the fucking desolate king won't solve. Or killing a fucking whatever.
Well, it'll solve one thing. The others can be solved later. One crisis at a time.
As all of that is going on in the background, Fruko, while this is all going on, you do find he is actually a very talented dancer. He's happy to kind of just let you explore, do things at your own pace, do whatever comes to mind. And while it's all happening, he does kind of look down at you and says, "So, you're a traveler, an adventurer? You don't look like you're from around here. Your name was Fruko, right?"
Inside check, is he a murderer?
Sure, give me a perception check. The impression...
I've rolled so many 13s.
True. You're also very good at perception, though. The initial impression that you're getting from him through all of this, and not just what he just said, but, you spent a good 15, 20 minutes so far, just kind of winding down. And the impression that you get is he thinks he doesn't want this to feel like a transaction. He wants to get to know you. He wants to see if he can make this a little more personal. And he's a little intrigued. He just kind of wants to learn more about you. And there's like a little hint of what's going on there behind the scenes as he's trying to like better understand what he could do that would be targeted towards you. But part of it is just getting to know you.
You okay? Wait, okay, yeah, I'll share a little bit about it. A little bit about home and whatnot, how this place is so different, and ask some stupid questions about the desert.
Do you guys just have water everywhere up there? Like, marsh is full of it? So much that you have trouble walking around it?
Pretty much.
Crazy.
Never seen a camel before.
Oh,
We have
yeah.
these big lizards and sometimes ones that swim.
Swimming lizard.
Right,
Like a
they do
crocodile. Yeah,
sometimes.
we have crocodiles.
Well, yeah, but the friendly ones.
There's no such thing as a friendly crocodile. What are you on about?
Well, they're not really crocodiles, but it's fun.
Huh. I'll have to take your word for it. I suppose because you're new to the region, the crocodiles here are not friendly. They will eat you. Be careful near the water.
Yeah, saw them teeth.
Yeah, they're ornery. Because all them teeth and no toothbrush.
Yay!
Aw,
It's the second Waterboy reference of the night.
Yeah, we're doing it.
Medulla oblongata.
You're wrong, Colonel Sanders.
Mama's right.
But yeah, over the course of it, he eventually kind of puts on a very well-performed show. You can tell that he's very tired, and there's a couple of times when he like slips up a little bit, and he plays it off like it was intentional, but like he's almost falling asleep on his feet at this point.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Like I'm letting him settle down and stuff. But I feel like one of the things he'll notice about Ruko is that even when he talks about things that should be mundane or about very unfamiliar places like home or whatnot, the way Ruko talks about it, it actually feels more like immersive. Like it feels more interesting. I kind of guide the story, or just when he's winding down, his voice kind of gets a bit more. I don't know, just easy to relax to, just soothing.
For sure.
He's a good talker, good story guy.
Absolutely. The whole time he's kind of like guiding your hands, letting you do whatever you want. But there is a point late into this where he essentially is just like listening to story time, and you realize that he has nodded off, and he's like resting his head against your shoulder while you're continuing to tell this story, and he has just passed out.
Looking at the tent flap, waiting for Kaz to come Superman dive in. I'm just kidding.
No, I'm doing whatever it is I need to do to fix Branch's arm. I should roll a crafting check for it, but I also don't know what exactly the issue is.
Yeah,
I'll come in
Develop the soul.
and just be like,
Is it like
Or
moving
it's-
on its own or anything?
I'm assuming while Kaz is checking it, I'm still in the tent and being like that. Sorry about the full Ace conversation, but yeah, just like stand over you and be like, so what's wrong with it?
Sad.
It looks alright to me. Do I notice anything like super off with it?
With a 12, I don't think you see anything that is super off.
Do we get a second hero point?
Yeah, we're past the halfway point. You guys can have your second hero point if you want.
I'll hero point that.
Excellent.
I'm a master. I don't need to roll a fucking 2 on a crafting check. Come on.
I believe in you.
Thanks, Dad.
Don't call me dad.
Party Dad.
Yo.
Yeah,
Branch, I'm going to let you answer this one, because I think you know a little bit more about what's going on than what I do.
Yeah, there's honestly probably nothing wrong with the arm at all.
Maybe we waste a hero point for that.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Not imagine I'm like looking at it. I'm making sure all the
How many 13s am I going? Sorry.
23, 25, very good.
all the joints and,
Oh, it's a
and
15.
stuff are lubricated properly and moving just fine. There's no sand wedged in anything. I'm like, I don't really see anything. What's the issue?
It just like hurt. I don't know. Like it's
Where does it hurt?
the arm. It hurt. It still hurts a little now, and like it just fucking hurt.
Can you feel it when I do this? I'm gonna whack the prosthetic arm's elbow with a wrench.
No, it feels exactly the same now as it's. I thought there was like something mechanical with it, or I need to get it checked or some shit, but I don't know. You know this shit better than I do.
Not really, like I said. This is definitely not my my forte, not what I'm used to building, but as far as I can see, it's working properly. Just try to keep the sand out of it.
Fuck it. Do you want to keep it for the night? Experiment with it for a bit?
I guess.
Kaz, I'm going to intervene here real quick. You are very bad at medicine, but for reasons, give me a medicine check. Okay, carry on, sorry.
Hey guys, everything okay in here?
I don't know, he says his arm hurts, but I don't see anything wrong with it.
He looks at his flesh arm.
Do you think he might just be a pussy?
You think you just might be a fucking? And he says the F slur.
I appreciate your restraint.
Sorry, I don't have any.
My goodness.
Listen,
The wooden arm hurts.
Yeah, it just hurts, and I don't know why. So I thought I'd take it to the mechanic, but he can't see anything with it.
Okay.
Jesus Christ, Riko's... What's going on in there?
It's very quiet. We can't hear him.
Atan, you're much better at this than I am. Do you think you could take a look at the stub that's left and see if there's something wrong with it?
I could do a medicine.
Sure.
Oh, while he's doing medicine, he is saying, like, it could be a sympathy thing. He might be sympathetically starting to connect with the arm. But I think someone better at this than me would be able to tell. Maybe Ruko could in the morning when he's done with his new friend. 17th? I could also do an occultism on the side to see if it's sympathy.
Medicine is appropriate here. It certainly could be something magical, but if that was the case, you imagine it would have come up much sooner. He's been wearing this for long enough that any sort of like sympathetic bonding issues probably would have emerged by now.
It could have been very late at the connecting thing.
It's true, everybody's case is a little different. This could be any number of things, but on the 17, you're at least a little bit aware, to be a little morbid, from the sheer number of people who lost appendages in the war several hundred years ago. A lot of people would have phantom pains in their missing appendages. It is purely psychosomatic, but that doesn't mean it's not real. It just means it is less physical and more of a mental sort of pain, and one that requires a very delicate and very specialized treatment to help control. There are medications for it. There's treatment for it for sure. All of that, I think, is a little beyond the scope of your 17. Your 17 lets you recognize it, but not necessarily know how to treat it.
Right.
Wait, I'm sorry. You're a master in medicine?
Yeah.
You know where you could...
You know, that's a 9. I could try re-rolling it with a hero point since, I don't know.
If you want to, I'll kind of tell you above the board. Right now, you recognize it, but don't know for sure the treatments. A higher result would potentially let you know some of the treatments right away without having to go do research.
There's no harm trying to re-roll. Let's go.
That was almost a 20 on my screen.
Oh, it's actually worse. Yeah, it was almost a 20. That's fine. The 17.
You certainly recognize it. It just wasn't your job to treat it, so you know where you could look, but you don't know the treatment off the top of your head.
Yeah. I think what pops out to Athen the most is like, yeah, I've seen this before. I don't know how to treat it, but usually it... I guess you didn't get treatment after you lost your arm, or did you? You were at a church for the longest time.
I mean, it was just... Yeah, of course it fucking hurt for a while after they cut it off and all that, but like...
Yeah.
Fucking... There were like methods and shit that I was taught to handle that, but... I don't know. It was when we started fighting the fucking bandits, and it just started hurting, you know?
It might have reminded you. Again, trauma works differently for everyone.
So did I just waste Kaz's time?
I think he likes playing with your hand.
Why do you have to make it weird? I'm interested, but I have so many better things I could be working on right now.
Like
Bomb?
bombs. I would
Got you
like to
there.
watch you make a bomb. That's true.
Bombs, cantrip decks,
Can I-
potions of healing, not looking at this fucking arm again.
Okay, fine. Sorry.
Well,
So
that's all right.
I'm being too harsh. I'm very sleepy.
It's not the. Did you take some red eye coffee again?
Not
Or
yet.
like, please don't. You need to rest. I understand, but at the very least, now we know it's not the arm. That could offer some peace of mind. This is something we can handle if we find a library.
You want help
Find
with
out the treatments.
making a bomb, by the way?
If you've got suggestions.
I'm gonna present like some of the items I bought, like the fucking sunlight vial, and like if Lachi is like slightly undead, you think something like this would help with it?
Might not be a bad idea. At least catch her by surprise and some of the other horrible things lurking around in there that I'm sure there are.
Yeah.
We did.
I don't.
I can't remember if. I remember it was like in one of the vision things we did where we were watching Luteon We saw a boat sail away, and then a bunch of undead come out from that. I
Yeah,
don't
for
know.
sure. There was like an not undersea, but there was a watery cavern where
Yeah.
a bunch of undead came out. Yeah,
They did the Black Pearl thing, which a bunch of skeletons come
correct.
out from the water. Okay.
Yep.
And I saw. I can't remember if that was one of the things that like I saw in character too. I think I did.
That was something that you saw while you were looking for the history of your prison uniform.
Okay.
With the Cinderstone at the campus. You were essentially you went far enough back to see when it was delivered to Luteon.
So I definitely saw that.
Yes.
Oh, wait, we're in Unma too. We could find one of those fucking Sunbird's onions again. That'd be great for a bomb. It seems.
Not a bad idea.
Yeah.
Honestly, anything that could keep them at bay or catch them off guard.
Oh, what if like something that lets you control the speed of the explosion? Is that possible?
Like a fuse.
Yeah, like that. Or like while it's exploding, you can like control how fast the explosion goes.
Don't know if there's anything like that.
Does that not?
I'm taking
Kaz
this.
just kinda-
Sorry, go ahead.
Kaz just kind of shrugs. This is a thing that he's been thinking about talking to Ruko about for a while because he's got a bit of experience with like explosions and stuff.
All right.
Kaz is great at making like little single-use alchemical grenades, but doesn't have a whole lot of experience making like timed explosives or like traps and something. And off slight out of character spoilers, this is something that Baby Boy has also approached him about. But he's not really sure how to work too much of it himself. He'd imagine he could probably rig something up, especially with his experience making like firearms and black powder detonations and stuff. But he'd like to work with Ruko with it and see if he's got some ideas too when he's not getting busy.
Yeah.
Right.
Speaking of Ruko, I hope he's not too nervous.
Do you think he
No.
hydrates?
I'm sure he hydrated. We're near water and it's potable. Something that would make him feel comfortable was maybe you and Branch can make some noise yourselves, and then he just leaves the tent.
Wait, what?
What did he just suggest?
I don't know, but I don't think I liked it. You want your arm back? Hang on, let me. I snatch the arm back real quick and make sure that the Zippo lighter built into his hand is full.
Refuel.
Just replace the lighter fluid.
He keeps the thumb.
Thanks for this, by the way. It is very useful.
Yeah, no problem. I really hope that it's psychosomatic or a placebo effect or something, and that it's not gangrene setting in after 7 years. Either way, sorry I couldn't find what's hurting with your arm. I'm kind of new to all of this sort of mechanical application.
What did you do before then? I thought you were like a all-star mechanic.
I made tools and guns, not anything near this complicated. I guess that's a matter of perspective. There are lots of mechanical and complicated moving parts, but not something that I intended to attach to a living person ever.
Does that mean you could put like a fucking bomb launcher in my arm? Better than like actually make one?
I don't know about that.
Damn. Christ. Fine. Sorry to waste your time with it. How's your thing doing, by the way? You ain't talking about it much.
Kaz just kind of looks down at his hand. I can't remember how many months are left on it. It's got 4 petals still, right?
Double check. I think it's on the calendar. Let's see. It is currently the night of the... You guys went for a day, so it is the night of the 29th. The next petal falls off on the 4th, so about 5 days from now, and that will leave you with 3 petals remaining.
Okay. I look down at it. Like, do the petals like fade at all as they, or do they just kind of drop off on that day?
They seem to like drop off. There's almost kind of like a skin flake sloughing thing where just the petal falls, and it leaves behind healthy skin, but it is still a little weird.
Is it covered by fur?
It looks like a peeling sunburn or something.
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of got that vibe. Yeah.
Still a furry bit of skin.
I look down at it. I'm like, well, it's still there.
Can I admit something real quick?
Are you going to get sappy with me?
No, I think I'm going to actually take the mood down a bit.
Oh, great.
I don't think this plan's gonna work.
I was kind of afraid of that. I don't think she's going to just take anybody, or maybe even that she wanted anybody in the first place. I think it's mostly me.
Just
I
you?
don't.
Can she hear what we talk about?
I sure fucking hope not.
You guys did a very good check on this initially and are under the impression that while you're at sea, the mark lets her do a lot of scrying. If you're not at sea, she doesn't really have any supernatural abilities for that.
The Oasis doesn't count, right?
No, it has to be the open ocean.
Yeah, we at least have that. She doesn't know we're planning. As long as we keep you out of the. As long as while we're on the boat, we keep all bomb making equipment and bomb based stuff out of your line of sight, I think we'll be fine. Right?
And keep the conversations about it to the low. You know, they always say loose ships sink ships.
Loose ships, loose lips, sink
Loose lips sink
loose
ships.
lips,
Something
sink
like
ship.
that.
Yeah, that one. Okay.
Tough one. Something.
But like, how are we gonna get out after we put the bomb in? How are we gonna keep the prisoners alive if that's even a thing that we're trying? How are we gonna get our people out? You know, what's even in there? I tried looking into it, but the thing's just fucking veil of mystery.
I really wish I had any answers. I don't know what to expect going into there other than what we've seen from the docks. I didn't see much other than the prison cell I was kept in, or the boat that I was shipped out on that I blew up, and I think she took that very personally.
I could have tried contacting someone that was already in there, but I get the feeling that that's not a two-way communication street, and there's someone really wanted to listen in, they could have, and that'd give away our shit immediately. I don't want to make it seem like we're going on a suicide mission. God knows I don't want it to be, but it just feels like that.
Really hoping it's not that either, but under the assumption that it is, that's... I don't know. I'm trying to limit as many people come with me as I can. I'm going down one way or the other. The rest of the crew shouldn't have to go down with the captain in his ship, right?
Yeah. Part of the reason there are people there that I want to get out in the first place, so you have one person willing to join you. What about Ace and Ruko and Foster?
I don't know. Maybe we can find some place to drop them off on the way.
I
Tell
feel
them.
like they're a little stickier than that. We need to be a bit clever if we want to get rid of them before we head in.
As that conversation is happening, remind me, who is on watch with Ethan?
I believe Branch was, and I was with
I
Foster.
was.
Understood. Delightful. Ethan, could you please give me a will save?
Oh no.
Oh boy.
You can have a plus
Even with
one.
the lead?
Yep, you can have a plus one.
Oh, the lead gives you +1.
And I will be right back, but I'm listening.
Uh-oh.
We do.
Wonderful.
Have a hero point.
Would you like to use it?
Oh, why not? Let's go. I rolled an 8. Let's see if this works. Hey, 26.
Delightful. Ethan, as you are on watch, keeping a look around, your eyes are drawn up towards the moon. Society here uses a lunar calendar. The new month starts with each new full moon, which means it's very bright, very well illuminated. The moonlight is kind of beaming down on the whole site, casting in this silvery blue glow. And your eyes just keep being drawn up to it, to the moon, to Styx, the place where souls go after they die to be sorted into their appropriate afterlives. And your mind just kind of wanders to different thoughts, different places, different memories. What is a memory that Ethan has that is specifically something he misses about having a physical body, about having a living, fleshy body? What is something that he misses from those days?
I think he misses most of all physical touch. These claps on the back, or a handshake, or a hug. The warmth. He never really got much like physical affection after everything went south. And for the longest
Okay.
time, he's gotten. Oh, 18. Plus, he's fine. He goes nuts, I guess.
Keep going, keep going.
Yeah, he's fine. Yeah. So he kind of cherishes whenever someone just gives him some sort of physical acknowledgement, even if like it's a handshake or a pat in the back.
And
now he can't really feel it.
For sure. As your mind is kind of dwelling on calling it a simple pleasure is almost too much, just the simple state of being able to feel a handshake, to feel physical contact, this sensation that you've lost for such a long time. As your mind flashes back to all of these seemingly mundane scenes, things that the living would take for granted, this yearning, you feel it pulling you in a very distinct direction. And you become aware that it is supernatural. And once that realization kind of settles in, it's like waking from a dream. You realize that it is false, and that all you have to do to not be compelled by it is to acknowledge it and ignore it. It's not so strong that you feel your body moving against your will, but you can feel that there is a supernatural pull happening. And it's about the time that you kind of like have this realization that you hear footsteps and crunching from behind you. The first thing that walks past you is a large skeletal camel that just seems to be kind of walking from right to left. It kind of trudges through the oasis like it's not even there, and it keeps going. And then behind you start to hear more and more footsteps, more and more undead, just emerging from wherever they were and
Not
walking.
hostile?
They don't seem to be. They're just kind of walking, all in a uniform direction, all this way down to the southwest. You see more from up top. Some walking right past the camp, completely ignoring all of the people who are out here, which I think is just you and Foster currently.
Yeah, I keep my hand sort of on the hilt, or rather, like on my bracer, where there's an hourglass holding black sand, where my weapon is.
And I don't have enough tokens on the map to keep it going forever, but
Yeah,
you watch
there's a
as,
lot.
like ants, they just seem to kind of migrate all in this direction. And then you see Foster, with a glazed look over his expression, stand up and start to walk in that direction.
That's when I'm like, oh, I put a hand over kind of his chest and try and hold him steady, keep him from going.
You see Ildbode is also with her tiny little body, like running circles around him, trying to push with all of her might, but she's a little critter. Give me
I
athletics.
don't think it's gonna work.
it is easy enough for you to restrain him. And although he struggles, he jerks side to side, he pulls and pulls. It's never
Fight it.
violent. It just is a struggle, this like mindless compulsion to go that direction.
What direction is that?
It seems to be southwest, as far as you can tell. Kind of back towards and along the mountain.
Not the direction we came from, right?
You guys came from northwest.
Okay.
You are stronger than him. You've rolled well in athletics. You are able to essentially just restrain him. What do you do after like getting your initial grab on him, as all these things are just walking past?
I'm kind of whispering at him to like kind of snap out of it, and I'm holding him and I'm looking for something to kind of bind him with for now. I don't want to knock him out. He doesn't seem violent yet. But I am hoping it passes. I think the only thing I can do is pull out my scroll of soothe and cast it on him to give him a +2 to his mental bonus against mental effects.
Blessed be. As you cast Soothe, you watch as there is kind of a little bit of a jerking and a twisting, like he's continuing to just try to break free. And then you see a faint kind of green warmth of your magic wash over him. And then you watch as he relaxes. For a moment, he just kind of stares in that direction with this, like, empty longing in his eyes, like he's stuck in a dream still, envisioning something. But then he does the skeleton equivalent of blinking a few times and looks around. Oh, I'm okay.
You good?
Yeah, I think so. And because Foster is not here tonight, we'll probably play this conversation out retroactively when he gets back and once he's able to explain what just happened to him.
Subtracting 1 scroll of soothe?
For the rest of the night, at least, he seems to be okay.
That was insidious.
Yeah, and it continues to go on around you. Even after Foster has snapped out, for the next, hour, maybe 2 hours, you just see more and more undead just drifting past, all headed in this one direction, all walking over, as if being drawn to a place. But then, eventually, things get darker, things get quieter. Whatever that sensation was, it seems to stop. The footsteps stop. Nothing goes by for about 20 minutes, then 30, and then an hour. And after after a while, the sun starts to peak up. The rest of the night goes pretty uneventfully, aside from the conversation that we'll need to have between you and Foster when he is here next time.
Yeah, the entire time, I think I have my arms around him, trying, just in case his legs somehow make him stand up and leave. And when the sun rises, I relax. I think I know where there's an obelisk. And I don't know if we should go there considering the number of undead.
I'm assuming Branch and Kaz probably fell asleep in the same tent talking about stupid ideas for bombs.
Probably. Yeah, you guys eventually
Bombs
wake
and
up.
futility.
Ruko, at some point, Bronca does also wake you up, and then you guys can all regroup for breakfast, where you find that Ethan and Foster have been awake the whole night and have kind of a weird look in their eyes. Restless, if a skeleton could be restless.
Yeah, sorry, I forgot one of us had to be with you guys. Nothing happened though, right?
Oh, something did happen.
God damn it.
You haven't noticed all the footprints in the sand.
Yeah, actually, you guys would definitely... Well, I mean, it's sand. Somebody give me a D100. I'll do it.
Yeah, unless it's windy, the sand would still show a dozen, hundreds of footprints.
Yeah, the wind is pretty light. You guys can see around the oasis in particular, in the dirt track of the main road, there are a lot of footprints. A lot of recent movement that has come through. There hasn't been enough wind to kind of disperse it just yet. Many of them seem to just walk straight around or past or even through the campsite. You see that there's a couple of logs disturbed from where something tumbled over the campfire and just kept going.
Oh, why didn't you tell us we had company?
I was kind of fighting for my will to keep on and holding Foster steady. I was also worried that if I made a sound, it would break them free of it. And well, there's so many of them.
So many of them?
There were so many of them, dozens, maybe 100. I lost count.
Terrifying.
They all headed southwest.
What do you think we're going for?
Undead, right?
Undead, it seems, yes. Some of them may have been risen, but may have fallen to the effect.
Shit, man. You want to do anything about that? It sounds out of our league right now.
Yeah, this fucking this lead helmet. I don't even know if it helped. I managed to recognize that it was something unnatural, something supernatural, rather, before snapping out of it. So this isn't right. This isn't safe. The good news is, Foster and I probably wouldn't have attacked anyone. We would have just left and went that direction.
That would have been fucking awful. All right. Sure,
We may need to be tied up. This is the first time it's happened in 3 days in our travels.
You want?
Yeah, as far as you guys know, this is the first time. You've certainly felt compulsions near the totems. Those usually have a very explicit call. You see the symbol of the Desolate King and you feel a voice in your mind. This was different. The most supernatural thing you're aware of is that you were having memories, real memories, kind of thrust to the forefront of your mind, and they were
Things I
drawing you
want.
that way. Yeah.
Yeah.
You think it's different than one of these obelisks then?
It's certainly not the same. It makes you go towards something you want. It's not like a command. It's something you desire.
Well, whatever it is, if it's gathering a bunch of undead, mindless or not, to it, I don't think it can be good news.
As much as I want to investigate, you're on a time
Maybe you
limit.
shouldn't.
Yes. It feels like too much for us at this current state. We're not an army.
And you're right, I have... he just kind of looks down at his hand for a long second. Other things to attend to.
One crisis at a time. He just pats Kaz's shoulder. We should get moving.
All right.
Where are you gonna go, Baraka?
After breakfast.
I really can't thank you all enough for letting me stay with you.
Look well rested.
Yeah, I got some rest. I do need to head back and see if anything survived, and see if I can wait there for my employer. If I don't, I'm kind of just starting from square one all over again, and I work too hard to give that all up if there's anything I can cling to. But I really appreciate you guys letting me stay with you. If you're ever there again, swing by. I'd like to say hi again.
Does he look at Ruko?
He does. He certainly does kind of glance over to Ruko.
He liked your company.
All right. Well, safe travels, I guess.
Yeah, good luck.
Same to you. Here, have this for the road. I'll give him a blood eye coffee.
Oh, you're a saint.
Don't-
Thank you.
Don't stay up 2 nights in a row again, but just in case you need some extra pep.
No, I'm going to go make sure that everything is safe, make sure the gates are closed, and then I think I'm going to sleep for 5 days until he gets back. Thank you again.
Right.
So he's heading back to the guy with the airship, is that what he said?
Yeah, he's heading back to that plateau, where he's going to wait for the guy with the airship, his boss.
To the brothel.
The whorehouse.
He does kind of
Place where sex workers work at. For sex.
The sex house.
The
He does-
sex
Pleasure palace.
Get it all out. Let's go. What else we got?
I don't think
The
I had to.
doghouse?
Oh my god.
Not all dog.
The fuck apartment?
He does kind of turn to you, Ruko, and he gives you a big smile and then kind of makes a show of licking his lips a little bit and then says, well, it's been very nice. I hope I see you again, Ruko.
You too.
And begins to walk away.
Rico's
Did you have a
tail's doing
nice
nervous
conversation
cat
last
thing.
night?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
That's good.
Mm-hmm.
Proud of you.
For Geckles.
Does he have chest hair now, or what? Is he like? Did he like grow like a full beard or something?
Turns around with a full Chad face. No. We just explored. Nothing actually happened, really. But it was really nice.
Oh, that's nice.
And plus the onyx sheen on the... He's a good-looking guy.
Ah, yeah. One crisis at a time, right, Ruko?
Uh-huh.
As you guys begin to
I
settle
could
up,
see myself getting into that line of work after I stop dying. You think I've got the body for it, Ruko? I'll do a little turn.
Mm-hmm.
What about me? I think I've already got the dancing done.
You don't even have any nipples.
Boys, I think we would all make excellent sex workers.
Oh, thank you.
you would all be very pretty whores. Now let's go.
But which one of you would be the best one, eh?
Oh, probably me.
Nah, I think I've got it down.
I'm gonna write a stupid campfire song about an onyx
Have
spiral.
you had any
Sounds good.
experience bull riding?
Have you had any experience busking?
No, I've never had to work for money. That's not true.
Your family's literally a virgin family.
I know, I wanted to say something really, really privileged.
I was going to say the operative word there is had to.
Yeah,
Yeah,
He
also
did it because his family did it. He could have retired at age 8 with the family savings.
Yeah, like honestly, Kaz probably could have just pursued like dancing or bullfighting or playing guitar or something, but he was fascinated with it, so he was like, "Hey, I can build guns too. I'm great at it."
Wonderful. You guys do anything before you
Had
head?
to work for money. I can't believe those words left my mouth.
Right.
Well, it fit. I'm just like I explained like what happened last night in detail to everyone in case like it might help. Like if Ruko has any idea what that might be.
On the what? Sorry.
The undead horde that just walked by.
The
The
parade
undead
of
horde.
skeletons that came
Um,
through our camp last night.
Right. I could do some checks.
Skeleton
I could do some
Folsom.
thinking.
Do they do that often? I know the
Hmm.
undead tend to rise and
Skeleton
walk in
Folsom?
here, but do they usually do it in formation and travel together?
Only when
I'm
compelled.
gonna do a check on this. See like Bardic lore or something.
Yeah, Bardic lore can be used for
Stories.
basically anything. If you have other like spells or whatever you'd like to get involved, let me know. But Bardic lore can be used for pretty much
Yeah.
anything.
I could do psychometric resonance, but that's on a
True.
certain object or thingy. I think. Let me see. Oh, that is crystal ball. I was kidding. Where do we got? What do we got? Let's see. Psychometric resonance. But you touch and read the psychic impression left on objects by the previous owner. No. I'll do. Was there something you guys had in mind that you saw me do? Because I think it's just Bardic lore at this point.
Sure. It's just like I'm just asking your opinion. What you think it might be?
Ooh.
It might not be an obelisk or a totem.
It could be the sway of the lay,
Certainly
the
could.
necromantic flow.
With the 21, you're aware that there is a lot more natural necromancy around here than elsewhere, which is why the desert comes to life with undead anyway. When Ethan and presumably maybe Foster discuss their experiences, it feels to you like it was definitely an enchantment, a compulsion effect, something that was using their memories to draw them towards something. The fact that it was pulling everybody kind of in the same direction makes you feel like the closest fit is like a compulsion or a what is the word? The sympathy spell. Not like magical sympathy like we often use that, but the actual sympathy spell which draws things towards it. Something magically was
Sympathy,
drawing...
antipathy.
Yes, the sympathy antipathy spell, exactly. It's something along those lines, although over a very wide area, you assume. The 21, you don't get like a ton of information, but it does occur to you that boy, oh boy, I want to be careful not to give too much for free. You feel like if you were to get more study, you'd be able to suss out, like, there are a lot of variables. Is it because you're in the desert? Is it because there's a full moon? Is it because there's an obelisk nearby? Is it the effects of, like, the thing that attacked the other night? There's a lot of different possibilities for what could have caused this, but at the very least, you're able to rule out it probably wasn't an obelisk, because the symptoms were very different.
Right, so wide-ranging sort of spell, a lure, a draw. Would be something natural with the
ley lines?
necromantic ley lines, a stronger flow in a certain direction. Somebody could be doing it. I don't know.
Yeah.
Do you know what's in that direction? I mean,
I'm
didn't-
imagining that's the direction of the desolate keep or desolate fort. Based on the maps? Would that be right, Beck?
Seems reasonable. You are pretty much right here where your little floating Narafi head is. Oops, right about there. Kind of coming down out of the mountains. Southwest would take you along that ridge for sure. I can't imagine any reason you wouldn't just know where the Desolate Keep is. Surely you just know. You'd be aware that it is kind of tucked over here.
Can we just put a mark on it? Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, I'll let me make a note to actually add this to the map officially.
Yeah, I think they're headed to the Desolate Keep. My uncle mentioned being in the desert at some point. So it's like waking up in the desert without any knowledge of why he's there. This is a wider reach than any obelisk. What day is it?
It is the 30th. It's the morning of the 30th, last day of the month.
Okay. Do I get the sense that this might be something that happens once a week or once a month? Maybe.
Possibly. You would need to do a little more experimentation to find out. You've only been exposed to this effect once, and based on what you've studied so far, there are no immediately obvious telltale signs of how it works. Other than that, it is some sort of a magical compulsion effect.
Right. I'll mark the day this happens as the 30th.
Perfect.
And see what happens. I will, like, at some point, like, in the next few watches, put like cuffs around my ankles or something, and ask if Foster's into that too, in case we just walk away.
For sure. I'll leave that up to him to decide how he wants to handle it. But I'll assume that you have got yourself kind of like cuffed and chained before settling in for camp each night.
Yeah, and at the very least, I'll make sure that like I'm staying up with either one or both of them. We're keeping a living person on watch with the undead from now on. For
Yeah.
sure.
Very good to know.
We keep a watch, but then we have living people on shifts keeping a watch on us.
Who watches the watchers? Okay, perfect. Excellent. Let me go
I've got enough coffee for this.
Let me go and get a survival check from somebody for the next couple of days of travel.
I think Ruko is our best for this.
I think Ruko is the only one with points in survival.
Well,
Wow,
yeah, there's
that's
Ruko
great.
and Glyph.
okie dokie.
So here's one
Onward.
for-
Oh god.
He's a little distracted.
You have hero points.
You do have a hero point if you'd like to spend it.
He's really fumbling to get started in the morning. He wants to talk. Yeah.
Didn't stay up too late, did you?
Nope. No.
Que no
No.
got your tongue?
No.
There we go.
That's better. That is enough to follow a simple path along a major river, and avoid a lot of the pitfalls along the way. So appropriate. The next few days go pretty smoothly, although when the next night falls, and Ethan, when you kind of chain yourself up and then set up strict watch orders, go ahead and give me another will save with a +1. Are you still wearing your lead helmet?
Yeah. He's
Wonderful.
keeping it on, like... There's no reason not to. He's got it already.
For sure, for sure.
And I'll be up with him since we had previously discussed.
Absolutely. You guys have made it very clear that you are keeping an eye on them at all times.
We got the anti-masturbation cross.
Oh my god. It's at 11.
Wonderful. This time,
I have no hero points.
you guys can absolutely tell that there's a point where Ethan just gets lost in thought. Ethan, you start to experience more and more of these memories of how much you miss touch, how much you miss the feeling of having a nervous system, of being able to feel the wind against your skin, being able to feel the heat of the sun. And you feel like if you were to just follow this call, maybe you could have some of it back. Maybe there's something that waits for you there. And all of you watch this involuntarily. He just starts
worming.
And starts to walk that way, immediately trips over the chain, gets stuck, and fights against the pole. You guys have taken a thorough precaution, and he's not lucid enough to really, escape bonds. He just kind of sits there like a dog on a leash, trying to pull against it, but it's a metal chain, and he's not that strong, so he just kind of leans in that direction. He wants to go that way, but can't really get there.
Yeah, I'll just kind of get up and walk over to him and I guess kind of just slap him on the back of the head. I'm like, hey, snap out of it.
You snap, you wave your hand in front of him, you try all sorts of different things. Nothing seems to really do it. Somebody give me a... Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Somebody give me a luck check.
Just a D100.
Just a D100 or a D20, whatever you're feeling. Any even numbered die.
Are we all rolling one, or...?
Just the first
I
one
don't
is
really
fine.
know.
Come on.
Yeah. Would you say D100? I gotta touch it. It's fun.
Of course, of
I like
course.
the D100.
Oh,
Yeah, you also, as all of this is going on, there is a point where there is just a huge swarm of skeletons that begins to breach over the side of a dune and begin to essentially march through your campsite.
Oh boy.
Most of you guys were not here for this the first night, so a lot of you guys are like, oh god, what's up with Ethan, what do we do? You see literally a couple hundred skeletons begin to crest over the dune, walking straight in your direction. What do you guys do?
I've mentioned them before.
All right. Ruko, me, and Kaz all carry Ethan out of here, and we're just gonna book it, right?
sure. You got him, guys.
You probably remember last time he just said that they walked by, as long as no one moved.
Yes, but they walked by when there weren't any living people out in plain sight. I think I feel in danger here. I mean, he's tied up for the time being. Maybe we just duck back into the tents for now and see if they pass.
What if they trample over our tents? Does it look like they're going to trample over our tents?
That's
last
very
time.
much what it looks like. It is an enormous stampede. It looks like they simply don't care what they're walking through. When Ethan watched them last time, they walked straight through the oasis. They kicked through the campfire. You imagine that they are just going to trample straight over everything in their way. Not maliciously.
They avoided the tent somehow, just kind of by chance.
Yeah, there were simply not enough of them, and there were not, they could kind of walk around rocks. It's not like they have to walk in a perfectly straight line. But this many, they are bound to do some trampling along the way.
This is a huge stretch, and I can't remember if he mentioned it or not. Did he mention that it was a memory of, a personal memory that was compelling him to move last time this happened?
It's up to him if he told that. I assume he did.
He did.
Okay.
It was a desire, he said.
Kaz is again a big stretch. Kaz is gonna root around in his spacious pouch and pull out a guitar.
No.
I'm
can I-
gonna.
How do I put this in chat?
You can just click the icon.
Oh, there we go. Yeah. I'm gonna try that 3-action interact.
Whoa.
Once a month, you play the guitar, and
No,
there's-
the first one. Not trying to
I see,
recover
I see.
memory,
You
just
play music with the guitar.
trying to share a memory.
Shares a memory with the audience when sharing with anyone within 30 feet. Affects the mind link for anyone that can hear the music. Okay. What memory are you sharing?
If Athen told me that his memory was, I don't even know if he told me what memory he told me matters. But if I know that they're compelled to like follow a memory or something, I'm just gonna play like a very soothing and melodical like Spanish lullaby on like it sounds like it's like on a nylon string guitar, and I'm just gonna share the memory of a time that I ate a great home cooked meal and then took a nap. And just kind of like cozied up and fell asleep right where I was.
You know what? Let's see.
I do miss food and sleeping too.
It's got the mind link thing for 30 feet. Oh god.
Oh,
All these skeletons.
You watch
Oh god.
as these hundreds of skeletons begin to just swarm past and around your campsite. Some of them absolutely bump into tents, knock things over. The camels are certainly spooked. A couple of them try to like bolt or fight against their restraints, accidentally trampling a couple of skeletons along the way. None of them are seriously harmed, but they are absolutely spooked by the whole thing. Some of your like basic rations are a little bit squashed. Your campfire gets scattered. But as you begin to play this music, you do notice that some of them just kind of stop in their tracks, and they kind of turn their heads towards you, and they stare, and they begin to just stare at you for about 5-10 minutes, and you watch as the bulk of them, about 90% of these hundreds of skeletons, keep walking on and on and on, leaving this trail of sandy dust kicked up into the night sky, while about 10 or 11 of them just stare at you while you play this music. What do you do?
Not sure if I should be reassured by this or scared. Assuming they're just like staring at me the whole time that I'm playing, I guess I'll just keep playing and maybe try to like walk away from the camp and lead some of them away from the camp if I can.
You watch as they follow. As soon as they get far enough away that the music starts to grow quiet, you watch as a few of them, with something that could be described as desire, but they are so robotic and so distant in their behavior that it almost just feels like a programmed behavior. But as soon as they struggle to hear the music, they're like, oh no, I want to keep hearing this, and they begin to follow you, essentially in a straight line, like fucking Minecraft skeletons leashed, as you draw them away from the camp. And eventually, like, how far do you take them?
I don't know what the scale of this map is at the moment, but I'll lead them like at least out of the path of the camp and the rest of the big stampede, and 30, 50 feet away maybe or something.
Sure,
like that.
yeah. They have all kind of followed you over. They're kind of clustered together, just staring at you as you play music. They're well away from the camp at this point. If they continue going in the direction they were going, they're not going to hit anything else. What do you do?
Are they still just staring at me?
Just staring at you.
I keep playing because I'm afraid to do anything else at the moment. But I'll kind of like
play till the morning.
I kind of like look over to the rest of the group and I'm like, guys, back
Yeah,
up a
thumbs
minute,
up.
maybe. I'm scared. I've never had this much of an audience
Okay.
before. I didn't even know I was good at this.
Ruko will join.
Should I give a performance check?
Sure, give me a performance check. Also, Narafi, give me a will save.
Oh,
Or
yeah.
Ethan.
Branch starts beatboxing.
It's bad. A 5 for Tina.
Yeah, it's a little frantic. It is not your best work, Kasabian. You see that as all of this is going on, Ethan is continuing to tug against this chain, and you guys have it secured pretty well. He's not really going anywhere, but he seems unaffected, or at least not drawn towards this the way that these other skeletons are. It's not a pretty performance, but the music continues to, be carried by the sound waves.
I'd imagine I'm messing up a lot of the chords because I'm right-handed and I'm strumming with a thimble on my finger.
For sure. For sure. And you can keep this up as long as you want, but after like the 45 minute mark, your hand starts to get tired. You begin to get exhausted from performing like this.
I don't know if I even keep it up that long. I'm mostly just like waiting for the bulk of the migration of undead to pass. And if these guys are still like fixated on me, I guess I kind of just let it go to a stop, and then I'll take a little bow and see what they do.
Yeah.
But as I bow, I also put my hand on my sword in case.
Right. They continue to stare at you for a while. A minute passes. And then one turns and begins to continue walking in the direction that they were walking. A couple more seconds pass. Two more turn and continue to walk. One by one, they each give up, turn, keep walking. Until the last one eventually is headed off to follow all the others.
Well, thank you for your temporary attention. You've been a wonderful audience.
No response whatsoever. They just keep walking. About an hour or so passes. You get smaller trickles after this, but not the huge mass that had just come through. You get back to camp and assess the damage. It's not that bad. Some of your rations are spoiled. They kicked over some water, which is going to be a bit of a hassle. The camels are spooked, but not injured. Essentially, they're not going to be rested if that matters. But after maybe, 2 hours of that, there are no more steps. Everything goes quiet again, just like the night before.
I hate it here. There aren't even crickets in this desert.
They got cicadas.
I get no
If you
respect.
listen closely, you can hear the sound of the dunes.
And this continues. Or sorry, go.
Just saying, what's that sound like?
Ooh.
There's sand in my face.
Like a low.
Don't
thrumming.
even fucking talk. There is so much in my fur. I can't get it out no matter what I do. You're lucky. You should be happy here. You can just bask in this all day.
Oh, I am. Whenever you're not looking, I'm always naked on rocks.
It's like that meme where you turn around, he's back to normal. Turn around, he's on the rocks.
Basking on top of a camel.
I also fully imagine Branch just doing that thing that like bearded dragons and stuff do, where they just like splay out and burrow with it entirely into sand. They're like, yes.
Yes.
Yeah. The next couple days of travel go pretty much just like this, over and over and over. You guys are getting pretty close to Unyo. The river is getting wider. Every now and then you'll even pass by like a little trading outpost. There's a few places where instead of having to, camp outside, you can actually stop in a little tavern. Everybody is suspicious if you do that. What do you do?
Yeah. When does my consciousness return?
It is
Every time this happens.
Yeah, it's after about an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours or so. You kind of just wake up and realize, oh shit, I am still chained here, but something has clearly gone through the camp, and all my friends are over there playing music. Well, I guess this would be after all the music. Everybody else is probably back, like cleaning things up when you come to.
Yeah. Happened again, huh?
You were out the entire night this time. Yeah.
Oh. That's not good.
Don't worry. Someone was here to help you. We had it handled. Just.
He nods appreciatively.
Yeah, we're keeping those watches, and for whatever it's worth, also, Kaz is still gonna try that memory guitar thing every night, just to. He's mostly just curious at this point.
For sure.
To see if it's like the spell effect of the magic item, or if undead are just sometimes attracted to music in general, or whatever. He's gonna keep. It's a good excuse to practice anyway.
Exactly.
He's gonna keep at it.
Doing a little experimentation.
Lone Piper.
I support it.
At night, when it just like for the rest of the travel, Branch is just going to talk to Ace and Foster just about anything while it's happening, just like anything not related to fucking their old lives and stuff like that, if at all possible. But yeah.
I love this. Okay, so we've got two kind of experiments happening over the course of the next few days as this is repeated. Kaz is trying to see how much of this is a mental effect. Can it be challenged magically? Do they just like music? And Branch is kind of trying to talk to them to get like an insight check into like their mindset as it is all going on. What's running through their head? What happens to them as they are pulled into this?
You're saying this happens every night from now on?
This seems to happen at least for the next few nights. We're going to kind of play this out a little bit fast-forwardy just because it's a travel montage. But over the course of this travel
Roll
montage...
3, Wills.
Absolutely.
I guess.
Yeah, go and give me 3, and let me get 3 from Foster as well. Boop, boop, boop.
I fail.
I can't aid with a will.
I
save.
fail.
No. Actually, yes. With your guitar, you absolutely can.
And I got 24.
I guess you can aid with performance, so DC 15 performance.
Okay, so I'll give
Can
you
I
3
aid?
performance.
Master of will saving throws, guys. Roll a 1 and a 2.
Dice are just mean sometimes.
That just mean
Rico,
the
you
last
said you
one's a
wanted to also
24
try
though.
to aid?
I do want to help, yes. With the
Absolutely.
performance.
Doing performance? Okay, you can also aid with perform... Let me double check.
I also have morning preparations that I've not been doing since we've been doing this journey.
Oh, true,
which
yeah, you
might
have your
help.
card things.
I could be teaching Ace how to dance to help distract him.
Other checks, which includes flat checks, left checks, and animate rope. Good to know. Animate rope actually is kind of useful for the nights where they start to run away. You can just do free animate ropes to keep them restrained, and even if they break free, it just like chases
Ooh.
after them again. So that is handy.
Oh man, I could do a
Drags
lot.
them back.
True.
Hey guys! Just kidding.
22, 11, 21. He might have succeeded those 2 times.
True. The middle night is the hardest. It is a struggle as both of them fail. Thankfully, you have both the chains and the animate rope, which is enough to kind of keep them in check, but it is a hassle. You guys are all kind of exhausted by the end of that morning. It seems to go longer. It seems to just be a more intense pull. Let's see. Let me run back through. Let's see.
And Sketch wanted me to get rid of these manacles.
Performance from Kaz. You do the guitar thing again, and it just doesn't seem to hook the way that it did before. They'll occasionally look over to you, and it will like cause them to briefly pause, but none of them linger on you for as long as it did the first time. They seem to just be overwhelmed by something that is more pressing. They have some bigger treat to follow.
Tough crowd.
Tough crowd. And then Branch. Let me get perception from you. I don't see that.
Oh, perception? Sorry.
Yes. Yeah.
Bet.
Uh,
0 point.
Okay.
Might as well. Yeah. Branch has no token in this scene. Okay. Oh, I was fucking rolling initiative. Okay. That was almost a 1. Alright.
Okay, wonderful. You are able to kind of like be with them and engage in active conversation as it happens over the next couple of nights. And you, with a 19, definitely get to pick up on a couple of things that are pertinent to you. The first is that as they're talking, they seem to get very visibly distracted. They seem to just kind of have these non sequitur thoughts that pop up about like old memories that they had, things that they'll be like, hey, remember what it's like to have a handshake? Just like silly things like that. Oh yeah, remember what it's like when you feel like the sun on your skin? Just kind of bizarre non sequitur comments like that from both of them. And Foster's again might be different. We'll play that out when we have him next time. However, with a 19, you do also notice it seems to be more prominent when the clouds roll away and the light of the full moon shines down on them, is when they become more distracted, more fascinated. And then clouds will kind of roll in front of it, and the sky will go a little bit darker, and they gain a little bit of coherence. And there's like this oscillating up and down until eventually they, especially on that second night, are like fully snapped in, and then they stand up and start walking.
Ooh. Can I try a little bit of an experiment? Maybe while we hear them be fucking while they start saying shit that's weird on like a later night.
Sure, what do you want to try?
just moving them into the shade away from the moon while it's out, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, can I also try something different on the next night?
Yeah, what do you want to try?
Instead of pulling up my memory guitar, I'll probably still try it for those initial 3 nights, but if we're going for more, this time, assuming we have Foster and Athen, accounted for and tied up under a tree in the shade.
For sure.
This time I'll go out if there's another parade of skeletons that go by, and I'll pull this baby out.
Anglerfish lantern.
Fascinated to light extinguish. Aquatic animals, creatures with water -2 circumstance. Mean this effect for 24 hours.
Actually, if it's only like 1 minute, it's probably not gonna keep them for the whole night, and they'll just like either wander off again after it's done, or then attack me. So maybe I won't do that.
Um.
Oh God.
Okay.
Imagine a bunch of ancient sea creatures come up from the dead to come from the...
I really hate that. It's up to you if you want to try it or not.
Well, it's only 1 round or 1 minute on a critical failure,
Right.
and since I've seen this happen several nights in a row for several hours in a row, yeah, I don't think it'll do much.
Okay, understood. Good to know.
I'll try the guitar again though.
Okay.
See if I get a bigger crowd tonight.
Yeah, give me another performance check. Between both of your experiments, moving him inside out of the moonlight, and also sitting there with the guitar. So are you doing this on random skeleton passerby, or are you focusing especially on Foster and Nathan?
Let me scroll up because I think it's just got like it's a 30-foot anything that can hear it. So
Oh, you're right. It is like a big old AOE, so you can kind of get
Yeah.
everything. Okay, good to know.
Yeah, so I'll kind of park myself like close enough to the tree that we've got them under, or tent or whatever, that they can still hear it. But
Perfect.
trying
You're-
to see if I can attract or
Hear it?
distract.
Oh, the guitar?
Yeah. Memory guitar. Hang on, let me try that again. Guitar.
Hey, nice.
Is that good?
That's pretty good. I wish I could do it. You do find that this time you're able to kind of capture the attention of several of them.
Hey.
Just like the first night, they just kind of stand and they watch, they pause what they're doing, and they stay focused on it for a little while. However, Ethan, give me a will save.
And here we go. Does this include the +1?
Yes.
Natural one.
Oh,
That's the second natural one we'll save.
You're very fortunate this time. Rolling badly works for you.
Yay!
As you are experiencing all of this going on, you are suddenly thrust into memories that you know are not your own. And they're fascinating. They're enthralling. You feel feelings in a way that you never felt before. You feel the warmth of the spray of the ocean, the smell of salt, the smell of fish, the sound of music that is foreign and unusual to you, the sound of instruments you've never heard before. You begin to almost vividly live this life you've never lived. It's as if you have put on a mask and not just put on that mask, but become that person for a short time. From the outside, all of you see that Ethan just goes completely docile while this is going on. Completely enthralled by all of this. And when the effect
I am
ends...
Kazabian Vases.
Yeah,
Yeah, and I think this doesn't just affect undead. So if anybody else
true.
is listening into, I imagine for this one, he's really just like trying to go for like a memory montage of like home life in general. And it probably sounds a lot like the music that's playing right now, just really like kind of slow, gentle. So there's like scenes of him just like kind of waking up and going downstairs, the happy family gathered around at breakfast and cooking stuff together, and then like going out and training, like sword fighting and bull fighting and whatnot. It's just like it's real cozy.
Absolutely.
oh.
There's little montages because it's like old memories of childhood. He's like playing tag with his brothers.
You see there's several recurring faces in these memories. Some of which I think some of you saw in the scrying, although they are healthier and happier here and a lot younger too. There's an older brother who pokes fun at all the younger ones. You can see a couple of very young kids, a boy and a girl, who are fighting over some sort of a toy at the table. But then eventually their dad comes out and hands them a second one, so they each have one of their own. You see so much delicious food. Music. I assume music plays a pretty big role in a lot of these. Who in your family would play music? I assume they all. I kind of just assumed they all were a little bit musically talented, but was it in particular like very musical?
Yeah, I imagine they all kind of dabbled in their own instruments, whether it was because of their own interest or the parental like overbearing. But I imagine his father and uncle both probably played. His mother did too when she wasn't cooking and whatnot.
Hell yeah!
Uh,
You have instruments in mind for him? I'm kind of curious.
Kaz himself definitely played too.
Eh.
He was definitely better at it before he lost the major strumming finger. But
True. Yeah, that does make it kind of hard.
Instruments for them. Mama had a squeeze box.
Hell yeah!
I can't remember how the rest of the song goes. Well, I guess I guess none of the other ones had an instrument in that song. It was just Mama had a squeeze box and Dad never slept at night. But yeah, Mom played the accordion or whatever the
Yeah, I'm trying to remember what these small little
of it would be.
Right. Yeah, bandoneon. That's right. Or concertina.
Or she might have just played a hurdy-gurdy.
True. Always got to say the hurdy-gurdy.
Just one of those very mechanical instruments. But I do love the accordion, so yeah, she probably
Theremin.
Someone played the accordion, either her or
Somebody
the
has to.
uncle, I imagine.
Yeah,
because I love the accordion.
Same.
My family played it.
Same. My grandpa played.
I had a great grandpa who played it, and it was so relaxing. It sounds like an obnoxious instrument, unless it's from someone that plays it well, and then it's like, holy shit, this is beautiful. It's kind of like a bagpipe sort of situation.
This is where my experience diverges from yours, because I loved it, I enjoyed it. I would not use the word relaxing to describe anything played on an accordion, but it's certainly possible.
Okay, go listen to Courage the Cowardly Dog.
Another thing that I would not associate with being relaxing.
No, not the scary scenes, but a lot of the music that just plays in the scenes where they're hanging around and he's just on Muriel's lap. That's a lot of that really slow, kind of soothing. That's accordion, dude.
Fascinating. I'm going to go listen after this because I'm so intrigued. Okay. Wonderful. So you guys all kind of get to experience these memories along with Kaz, and for Narafi and possibly for Foster, but I'm going to wait until we have him present.
Athen.
Athen. They take precedence, at least on this night. They seem to belay whatever else was playing with your mind and with your memories. And when you come to eventually, you find that you're still in the tent. There's less sign of a struggle. You have kind of snapped back without having gone too far. It also seems to not last quite as long.
Huh. What was different? I noticed Kaz playing the guitar.
And the moon does shit to you, but
The
I think
moon.
it was mostly Kaz helping you. Yeah, the moon.
Yeah, the 30th. This is a lunar calendar. This must be at its fullest. It seemed okay. It's either the fuller the moon is, or the closer we are to Unma. To Unyo, rather.
From what I gather so far, the moon plays a part in it. Moving
Yeah.
to the shade, you got a little bit more lucid. Again, Kaz really helped there, though.
Because it wasn't affecting us back at the plateau and the 3 days before.
Huh. So, you carry umbrellas with anyone carry umbrellas in the desert?
We have ways to make shade.
Yeah. I think you might still need these when we get in the city.
Hmm.
You got anything to discuss spot Foster when we get up there? I know Unma's friendly to the undead, but I think these circumstances probably make people a bit more afraid of them.
I've got a few more scrolls left if he's examinable.
What about for you?
I got this, and just kind of activates his scarf and goes back to himself.
Nice. Okay. That should be enough then. We'll save those for when we get into Un. Is Unma the country or the city?
Unma's the country, Unyo is
Unyo
the-
capital. Yeah.
Okay, I'll save those for when we get to Unyo then. Keeping you down like this, it's kind of fucking rough. I wasn't expecting to deal with this shit. I'm traveling here.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
It's all good. One crisis at a time.
It sucks that it's nightly now, though.
Yeah. Only time of day I don't want to be out in the desert.
How do I even listen to the gossip when I'm like that?
Do you see any Kaz's memories? How that Nepo baby grew up?
He had a lovely family.
And fuck you too.
It was so cute. He looked like a standing cackles, like a potato. It was adorable. In a good way. I'm
I
sorry.
had a lot of fur to grow into. Don't make fun of me.
He's a little chunker.
Your family was very
He was
musically
so cute.
inclined.
Some of us are better than others.
I see it's a certain time.
Oh, look at the time. Kaz pulled out his black eye coffee.
I like to imagine it's part of Lion Chilanche's curse. Every hour, fucking
Every hour.
You're closer to death.
Every
1
hour.
hour
my
closer
hands
to
just
death.
chime. What a
Church bell.
fucking night. What a fucking nightmare. Like, if that actually happened, I would have chopped my arm off.
Don't give me ideas.
Just, no, Beck, you can't do that.
On the time you only have like 3 months left, it starts making sounds.
All right. You guys know that there is essentially one more day of travel and then one more night of sleep, and then when you wake up, you are almost at Unma. You'll probably get there by like 10:30, right as you guys would be winding down for your midday break while the sun is too hot in the sky.
Right.
Any unusual preparations or behavior on your last day of travel, or you just keep going as you have been going?
It's the same one.
I should have said this earlier, but I guess we can only do it for the last day. Can I look out to see if there are any signs of like sunbirds, onions around?
Sure, absolutely. Give me. You can give me perception, although that will only help you if you literally walk past them. You can also give me survival if you want to be like, oh, this is the right terrain for one to be nearby. Maybe we could do a little harvesting nearby. So better results in survival. Nature would also be appropriate too.
Since he's discussed this with me and how useful they might be for applicated explosions, can I aid?
Yeah.
Can I ask Ruko to find it for me instead? By the way,
Yeah, you guys can.
Also,
I'll
yeah,
try to look.
I think Foster might be the best at nature.
Oh yeah, Foster.
True. Yeah, you guys can all kind of chip in on this. I'll roll for Foster. Essentially,
I'll aid somebody since I've got the thing for it.
Yeah,
perfect.
I'll aid Foster.
Excellent. So we'll have Kaz aid Ruko, and
I'll have the idea.
Nathan aid Foster.
Hey, the idea guy's important.
Yeah.
True, nobody
Yeah,
else thought of
I failed to aid. Not a critical fail though.
I'm getting some! All 13s and 1s!
I was going to say you've rolled like garbage this session. You're very lucky that it was
Aye.
like not on things that really mattered a ton.
Yeah, that's okay. Today the rolls were not very good.
I had great rolls all session.
Glad you had good rolls
Yeah.
all session. My rolls have all been garbage except for the camel. I guess I'm good.
Oh
with
yeah,
camels.
that one was shitty, but it was funny.
Yeah.
There is a point that you guys walk past during this like last full day of travel where you realize, oh, the conditions are right, and it's like a little late in the season. You're kind of at the tail end of it, but Foster is pretty sure that if you go check around these rocks, you might just find a few. And sure enough, as you guys all go over there, you do find a single healthy sprout of sunbird's onion.
Cackles eat it.
How do you? Does he? It's on fire.
I bought asbestos
Close
cloth while I was in the fucking item shop earlier.
Oh my god, did you really?
I think so. Hold on, let me look.
Saying, I know we had some at one point.
Yeah.
From the first time we transported this thing.
Well, I don't, which means I probably did. I either forgot or fucked up.
Oh no, I see.
Uh,
Yeah, in your inventory, fireproof cloth under equipment.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Incredible. Jesus Christ, you actually have asbestos cloth. I'm so proud. Easy enough. Yeah, you just wrap the onion in that and you're good to go.
Can I carry it?
Sure, buddy. And I balance it on his potato head.
Ooh, that's
Just-
real warm. It's like a hot towel, but too hot, too hot, too hot, too hot!
Ah. Yeah, I'll take it back and put it back in my bag. Yeah, it's not something to play around with, kid.
I didn't like that. Why would
Maybe-
you do that to me?
Carry it like a hobo bindle.
I think the crafter might have better things to do. Might have better ways to carry it, right? Kaz?
Eh.
Eh? Is 90% of your job just winging it?
That's how most scientific progress is made, yes. As long as you take notes,
Fuck it,
winging
I'll,
it becomes an important experimentation.
I'll carry this shit around then. Okay. All
You
right.
sure?
I've got the most experience with it. Flashback to when Branch just haphazardly threw it on a bed and almost got fired.
Yeah, right. Just don't go burning down any more churches, okay?
How would I have done that with this?
Fire?
Oh shit! Sorry, I might have left one of my fucking cigarettes out and burned down the church. Whatever. I didn't do that.
For the record,
It seems to do a
Flames.
pretty good job burning on its own. You just
Oh.
have to put it in a place in a church where nobody's going to look at it for a while.
I will also throw out,
I-
if you are keeping this in your inventory and you go to light a cigarette, it certainly does seem like when you flick your thumb up to do the lighter, or the middle finger up to do the lighter fluid, it kind of like, it's not dangerous, but it certainly roars to life a little brighter and bigger than you would normally expect.
Yeah,
You
Brett,
know
well, Brett
that-
is arguing. He's like, "Yeah, how the fuck would I gonna set that on fire like this?" And then pulls out the fucking flame and it gouts.
Maybe hold that in your real hand, okay?
Fine. Yeah, I'll keep it around.
Not the one with a fuselage built into it.
Hobo bindle.
Both of his hands are real, Kaz.
Okay,
Flash hand? Oh, that might be offensively undead in the party. The Risen, sorry.
The rest of this last full day of travel goes pretty smoothly. You guys settle in for camp. I assume that you chain up Foster and Ethan again. Do your normal thing, do the guitar, kind of
Yeah.
talk to him, all the usual stuff. Let me get perception checks from all of you, including Ethan. I'm going to get it right eventually.
Nothing.
But then,
Nothing.
perception?
Perception.
Tell me it's a 1 effect.
It is not a 1.
Yay!
Okay. Is it shit?
It's pretty shit, yeah.
Another 13!
Just gotta roll bad at this entire session.
I think I only rolled 13th. I rolled 12 and a
I'm glad
15.
I didn't roll shit in the combat.
Yeah.
I would died.
The night goes a little bit less eventfully this time. Neither of you feel anything weird in your memories or your minds. However, there is eventually a point at about the usual time of night where you hear the crunching of footsteps, and you all look out, but Branch and Ruko are the first to see it, and realize that there are skeletons kind of listlessly wandering from the west towards your camp. What do you do?
oh. They're
They
coming
still-
back.
Oh, coming toward it?
Can
They
we just
seem
bury
hostile?
ourselves in sand this time?
Well, Kaz, get the fucking Blood Eye coffee out. I think it's another night-long trek. They're listlessly wandering? They're not aware?
Yeah, there's just kind of a couple of them that are wandering towards the camp. They seem to be headed towards you guys specifically from the west.
If we walked a little, would they change trajectory?
Yeah, you guys kind of start walking a little ways away from the camp, and you watch as they start hobbling after you.
Oh, that's great.
Am I conscious?
Yes, you're currently chained up, but you're conscious.
Okay. Hey, could you get me out of here?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I'll get him off his anti-masturbation cross.
As you are fiddling with the anti-masturbation cross, the skeletons kind of start to pick up the pace and begin doing that shambling skeleton thing where they have a sudden burst of speed right towards you, Kaz. What do you do?
I start speaking at them.
Are they focusing and following on me because of the music, or?
Hard to say, but they seem to be following you.
Yeah, if they're kind of focusing on me for the time being, then I'll at least kind of keep leading them away from the camp until Athen is at least untied. I'm not going to take him too far.
Okay.
But
kind of just
I
like
can,
kiting him around the camp.
yeah, if I can kind of kite and bottleneck them as much as I can, get them to kind of cluster up as they're following me at different
Alright.
paces or whatever.
After 10 or 15 seconds of fiddling with the locks, Branch is able to undo Athen. What do you do?
Yeah, I get up and I kind of approach them and I try to speak to them in Hectic, the language of the dead.
Yes. What do you say?
We're friends. You're fine. Are you? What's it? Lucid?
Do you have anything in particular that gives you bonuses when dealing with the undead?
Not currently. I think that's Foster, who has a bonus to diplomatic things against mindless undead.
True.
Yeah.
Go ahead and give me a diplomacy check. I'm going to apply his... I know he's not here, so he can't tell you how he's helping, but I'm going to assume that he's helping in this endeavor somehow. Go and give me a diplomacy check.
Sure. Let's see how this roll goes. 27. If he succeeds.
Absolutely. These skeletons kind of look over to you and to Foster, and there seems to be sort of a recognition of kindred. And they look confused, but they stop. And they kind of just shrug and disperse and start to walk away. They don't say anything. But it becomes very clear to you when you saw that they were absolutely hostile and aggressive, and then they just kind of left.
Yeah, those were undead. They were mindless and hostile. They can be reasoned with sometimes if you're also unliving.
And you just told them to piss off?
Kind of just told them to, like, that there's no threat here, that they don't have to do what they're doing, and they eventually just wander off. If you somehow distract them from their urges, you know, it's hard for them to focus on one thing.
Oh, so they just have ADHD.
Relatable concept.
So like if you play music, they'll go for it. You know, they can only do one at a time, and then they're easily distracted. Yeah, they overstimulate them, and they go somewhere else.
Oh, I saw a tool used for they called the fidget spinner. You'd use to distract them with.
We can't have this 2 campaigns in a row, I swear to Christ.
What's a fidget spinner?
It's like you like put it in your hand and you like I had one when I was bored at like doing security work. Like it's like Kaz can make
these are like a real entry level like mechanical building thing. It's just a bunch of ball bearings, really.
Yeah, it's very entertaining. Although personally, I'm quite partial to the cube with a bunch of buttons on each side.
You install one and then Branch's fingers.
I didn't even consider that fidget spinners were a thing in this universe, but if they are,
They're probably not.
If they are, Kaz 100% has one like on hand.
Right, and even if they're not commercialized the way they are in our world, like it's literally just ball bearings in a joint. Like you can have a thing that you fidget with. It's fine. You do whatever you want.
Have one.
It's just not a trademark fidget spinner.
It's like, oh yeah, look at this thing. I've been kind of just working on it. It's just
too doohickey.
It's just like a fun thing to do with my hands when I get tired of shuffling the cards or get too many paper cuts on my fingers.
Some sort of
Look, you can hold it on one finger and spin it with your others, and he goes, spins it, and he just like stares at it. Isn't that great?
Branch is also hypnotized by it.
What was Ruka saying?
No, we're good.
It's
okay.
It's riveting.
I used to just catch little grass snakes and just intertwine them between your fingers, let them run. Brew? Easier than that. I don't have to build anything.
Yours involves animal cruelty.
No, they like the warm. They just hang out. They just go travel between your fingers and you let them go.
Oh, they try. I thought you were twirling them around your fingers.
No.
I see what you're saying now. You're letting them like weave between your fingers, but at first I thought you were like picking them up
Yeah.
and spinning them.
Okay.
Yeah.
No!
Okay, that's much better. That makes way more sense.
Yeah, Ruko. Uh-huh.
Oh gosh, you guys need to stop staring at that.
The rest of the night goes pretty uneventfully, which is noteworthy because there are no big stampedes of skeleton that all drift out to the southwest. Not even one or two lone skeletons that
What's the state of the
mindlessly
moon?
watch. Looking up, it is now the night of the 3rd, which means there's just a little bit of a waxing gibbous going on.
Yeah, you got it right.
Oh my god, I actually did. I'm so proud of myself. It is not full, is the point. The full moon has essentially passed, and we're a little ways into the first week of the new month.
Okay, I
The
added
moon
to
is
the
no longer evil.
Ooh. I added to the notes basically like, okay, the moon phases might have to do with it specifically, and not the distance.
And speaking of distance, when you guys resume your travel in the morning, it is only about a couple hours of travel before eventually you start to see lots of ships going up and down this river, and you pass by a few big walled settlements, trading posts along the way, and eventually you come to the enormous, thick, tall walls of the capital city of Unyo. And this, I think, is probably where we will pick up next time as you guys approach the enormous gate here.
Yay.
We did it. I wish we had Foster for a lot of these scenes. We're going to have to go back and get his insight to a few of them for sure.
Yeah, more Foster, please. Also, we level up.
Yeah, we level up.
Not yet. Not yet.
Oh,
I know, I'm so sorry.
I don't even know what to get next. Why am I happy for it? Why am I happy for the mindless progression of numbers going up?
Skinny Rocks is man. We're all just animals.
I need more of the numbers. I need my level added to these.
Do dogs get excited when there's 2 branch instead of 1 branch?
Also, a
They don't
random people that like to buy Cackle some desert outfit.
Understood.
Well, if we get it.
Eastward of Eden, where the clouds meet the dirt, we left our poor mother and seeded the earth. Gates they were shuttered, the latches were locked. Oh, eastward of Eden, where men become gods. Though our people we toiled as one, the fruits of our labors dry under the sun. Our children they spread to outnumber the stars. So eastward of bar shores. Oh, eastward of Eden, where we always want more. Our towers, they rose up and set with the sun. Our servants, they burnt us with fiery tongue. We rode our wings of metal, surprised when we fell. Eastward of Eden, where heavens are hell. Leave it all, leave it all, leave it all behind. Leave it all, leave it all, leave it all behind. Leave it all, leave it all, leave it all behind. Leave it all, leave it all, leave it all Eastward of Eden, where the dust meets the dirt, we murdered our mother and strangled the earth. Forgive us, oh mama, whose face we forgot. Oh, eastward of Eden, where men become gods. Eastward of Eden, where men